From Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Walt from Runway DFW, DFW Airport, right here on this Saturday, October 1st, 2022. Welcome to October, everyone. We're happy to be with you on this for what is our time zone, Saturday afternoon. It's 3 o'clock, just after 3 o'clock. And we're back on top of our F-150. Yes, we've got F-150 cam for you. And let's take a look at that, shall we? Am I organized? I don't see it. Oh, there it is. So that's what we're on top of right now. We've got a little different configuration today. It does give us the availability to look at our camera 4, which is our Runway DFW truck. So we're all set to go. We will be with you from DFW Founders Plaza the rest of the afternoon, and I have some stories to tell you right here on Runway DFW. Okay, doke, but we've missed a couple of flights already because they come in before we go on the air. And I'm still doing a little rearranging here in our truck bed. So bear with me. But there you see a panoramic view of Founders Plaza. And this will be the first afternoon that we've been able to kind of look over the heads of the denizens of Founders Plaza, because sometimes it gets crowded here when the A380 comes in, but with this configuration we can see over everybody's head. Now, just before we came in, we had a United, I want to say it was a 767 come in, and we normally don't see that. And I haven't had my flight radar on because I've been busy setting up, so I'm going to have to see what that is. I suspect it was some kind of a charter for some sort of a team. We should still be able to see it way down yonder, because it just came in before we went on the air. In fact, let me see if I can play it back for you, because it was so fast I didn't really see what was going on. I am just getting logged into Flight Radar now. Flight Radar had kind of a meltdown, Flight Radar 24, earlier this week. Oh, so it was a United 777 coming in from Washington. So are the Cowboys playing the, what are they called now? The Washington Football Club? You see it down there? I'll have to do some further investigation. I got to plug in my big monitor here, it's the one thing I forgot to plug in. Bear with me if you would. That cord goes there. This cord. So let me plug in my big monitor, which lets me see things in bright sun. So in the meantime, on the flight line, we've got an American 737. Just about tumbled. So bear with me for a second. Still getting everything in order here. So here is the flight to El Paso. It's flight 1368. I had a very interesting morning this morning, and I will be discussing that with you through the afternoon. You're about to see an Airbus A320 in the yellow Spirit livery enter your view, coming in from LAX, Los Angeles. Now it's bright and sunny here today. You may be wondering, is it hot? Walt, is it hot? Well, according to the airport, we are at a very comfortable 81 degrees in the shade. So that's very pleasant compared to what we have been at. However, in the sun, which is where we are right now, and here we have a go-around. Well, it didn't take long. Let me see if I can track down where that was coming from. Looks like that was flight 2511 coming in from Seattle, American Airlines, and for whatever reason, it decided to take a little longer trip. I think that is the 5th go-around I've seen here in the last week and a half or so. And I did learn a little bit more, or actually a lot more today, about go-rounds and runway shifts and things like that. During my 3-hour visit to the East Tower here at DFW Airport, and there it is. So this morning I spent 3 hours up there as a guest of Ian Billington, who's a manager of the flight attendants, or not flight attendants, the air traffic controllers. Yeah, we'll get back to that in a second. That American Airlines flight coming in from San Luis Potosi in Mexico. And so anyway, as far as go-arounds, as you might expect, they do they are primarily at the judgment of the pilot who's coming in, and maybe there's not enough separation between I didn't see what happened there. But sometimes there's not enough separation between the last incoming flight, or maybe it didn't pull off on the taxiway quickly enough, or maybe the pilot just saw something that looked amiss. This morning we had as I was watching the planes come in, we had a situation where a pilot was landing over there on the east side, and the pilot reported that they saw something on the runway, something shiny, and wanted to let the airport operations crew know about it in case it was something that could be, it was paper or plastic or something that could be ingested into a jet engine. So that was just part of the routine events this morning at the East Tower of DFW, and my understanding that DFW is the only airport in the U.S., maybe in the world, but certainly in the U.S., that has two different towers. And you might say, well, Walt, there's 3 towers here. And yes, there is. That's the East Tower. And right smack dab in the middle of the airport is the Central Tower. Now that tower is no longer used operationally, but it is fully equipped, and so if either the East Tower or the West Tower becomes disabled or has equipment problems, or there's some extreme event, they can switch over to that tower because it's wired up, it's ready to go. Coming in from San Angelo, Texas, I believe that's San Angelo, yes, is American Eagle Flight 3156, a CRJ 700. Let me get to my computer first of all, because I've been so busy these last few minutes getting everything all ready to go. Let me clear the decks here. Let me see what you guys are saying, because I don't mean to be ignoring you. So let's see what we got here. We say hello to Austin Swafford, to Alexander's Vlogs, to Cessna Textron. I know you guys have been hanging on a little bit. Sorry to be late to the party here. Runway Collin County says hello. Gerard, over in the Netherlands, is one of our great members of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation, so be nice to him. Bill Caldham says, good afternoon, Walt. Hope all is well with you, and it is. Plane Spotting Adventures, good afternoon, Walt, and everyone in the chat. Nabila D, good afternoon. Alexander is saying, today I'm traveling to DFW International Airport to TexRail, DFW Airport B North right now. TexRail is one of 2 commuter rail lines that comes in here. The other one being DART. TexRail serves Fort Worth. Here comes American Flight 280 from Seoul in South Korea. It's a 787-8. How are you doing? I see you got a plane there. What is that? Star Alliance Lufthansa? Oh, the A340. It's the A340? Yeah. Cool.
I heard the Lufthansa bought Star Alliance today.
They're going to fly it today? Oh, it's here right now. Okay, well, it's a little warm, but it's not too hot. So let's see, we were chatting, everyone. I'm trying not to miss anybody here. Douglas Serrano, hello Walton, everyone. Andrea Molson says, howdy. Vivek Shetyi, I hope I pronounced that right, probably didn't. Good afternoon, everyone. We have our friend Ozzy Gaming 9, who does another streaming program right from here. He was live last night, I believe, so hello to you, Ozzy Gaming. Waters says, hey Walt, evening all from across the pond. Maggie Ward, hello, just joined. Thank you, Maggie. Chuck Tolsma is checking in, as is Durrani T. from Saudi Arabia, as I recall. And, well, a lot of people here today. I see LA Girl in attendance. Ashok just flew out of DFW on Thursday evening taking the Qatar A350-1000. Great to see live here. Well, we're happy to bring it to you. Halfway around the world. Douglas says, hi Walt. I thought we checked in with you, but maybe I'm getting heat stroke here. Peter Endenauer, did I get that right? Endenauer, yes. Wash hands. Hello. Hello to you. The Aviation, or is it The Aviation? Probably The Aviation. Hey, good to see you. Pen Huang, good afternoon from Plano, Texas. Dave Henderson, hello, as a retired American pilot. Love the DFW camera shoots. Nice picture that camera puts out. Thank you. And speaking of nice pictures, how about a Singapore Airlines cargo? Coming in from Anchorage, Alaska. Well, kind of tilted to the left a bit, didn't it? So our first queen of the day, I don't know if we're going to have any others, but there's one. And yeah, unlike a lot of airports, we don't get a lot of the four-engine jets. We don't have any passenger 747s here at DFW unless there's some diversion, which we had a couple weeks ago. So that is Singapore Airlines cargo flight 7980 747-412F. And it is dating back to the year 2002. One of the things that was I was trying to get set up. In fact, I thought I had it set up here was an umbrella, which I don't usually use, but I thought I found a good place to clamp it down. And it fell down just before the broadcast. So I'm totally in the sun right now. I was hoping to keep the equipment a little cooler. It's on ice, but what are you going to do? LA Girl says hello, Walt. Hello to you, LA Girl. Pen Huang says Airline Videos Live is coming to DFW this month, and indeed it is. Kevin will be here on, I think, starting on the 8th. Check his site for the official time, but he's going to be here for 3 days, and he's planning to do 3 shows from here, so we hope to get to meet him and give him a hand if he needs it. OZ Gaming 9 with the handy information that Cargo Lux will be the next queen. So we're hoping to, that's always nice. Wayne Hartshorn says, all good here, thank you. Oh, he's talking to Andrea. Crisp autumnal evening in County Durham. We have one other feature today. I don't know if it's, I haven't tested it, unfortunately. Let's see if it's working. Yes, we have Flight Radar 24 for you now today. We made an arrangement with Flight Radar 24. I'm now on their business plan, and you can see now the top of, in case we need it. I don't know that we'll be going back to this all the time, but you can kind of see all the aircraft on the runway. But since we're here comes American Flight 1670. As you can see it coming in on runway 18 right. And we got a couple planes lining up to take off, so we'll go back to real time, but in case we need to illustrate something, we do have access to Flight Radar 24 on the screen now. And of course, you can go to Flight Radar 24 and take a look at it yourself. It's a great app. It's invaluable for plane spotters, that's for sure. So what have we got over here coming up? Looks like an Embraer 175. It is American Eagle Flight 3767. On its way to, that's not it. Well, let's pull away right here and capture the arrival of American Airlines 547P coming in from LAX. It's an Airbus A321. There's American Eagle Flight 3767 going through your picture there. It's on its way to Springfield. Even though it's not 100 degrees today, you can still see the shimmery oasis-like look when you zoom in way far away. And the end of the runway there, it didn't go to the end of the runway, but the end of the runway is more than 2.5 miles away. Well, I'm getting out of town in a hurry. It's going to Wichita. Oh no, that one's the one that just came in is from Wichita. This one's, don't know where that one's going. Ashok says, was in Irving for the last 3 weeks, and my workplace very close to DFW with takeoffs and landings visible. Used to sit in a corner, open Flight Radar 24, and watch the flights while working. That is pretty cool. And of course we're coming to you, that's not a very good shot, I got to reframe that. Yeah, that's a little better. Yeah, it's a little at an angle. I think that's because our table's a little bit at an angle because we are, of course, shooting that big truck out there on the pavement, of course, next to our truck, and you're wondering, well, why aren't you on top of that truck? You get a lot better view, but of course, it's because we just trying to bring you this Delta plane coming in. Coming in from Minneapolis, St. Paul, an Airbus A321, I think it is. Now, I don't know why on the flight radar why the Airbus A320 is called the BCS-1 as far as its designation instead of, you know, A220, but maybe that was taken already. That's a relatively new plane, just 3 years old. Arriving now is American Flight 2927 from Tucson, Arizona. This will be an Airbus A321 crossing into your view. I guess it already has. See if we can pick it up with camera 1. Let me see if I can show you the replay of this United plane which came in before we were on the air. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. My mouse isn't working right now, so do mouse overheat? Do mice overheat? Where's my cursor? So my This isn't working. My trackpad's not working. Well, that could be not good. Well, I guess I won't be showing you that United plane that came in before we went on the air. In fact, I don't know what I'm going to do if my mouse doesn't work. There are only so many keyboard commands I know. So let's see. Well, let's do what you normally do when things don't work. You turn it off and then you turn it on again. It's connected, but I'm not seeing it. Well, here comes Cargo Luck, so we can show you that even while we sort things out. This is that Cargo Luck 747 that OZ Gaming alerted us to. This is coming in from Mexico City. And so until my cursor comes back or my mouse comes back, I cannot display any of your comments. I can't go back and look at them. Kind of crippled right now. I'm hoping this is just temporary. I may have to get out my disabled umbrella and just prop it over my computer. Try to keep it in the shade. I don't know that that's going to work. No, I don't think it is. It's a little bit windy. Would be nice to have a spot of shade up here. Well, there it goes off to the parking spot. Depending on its loading, we may get to see that again. That would not be unusual if we got to see that again. If you're just joining us, we are live at...
Need an umbrella?
I've got one, but
You want to try one of mine?
I don't know how I'd attach it.
Okay.
But thank you. That was the great Chuck Tolsma speaking to us from a pickup truck parked right next to us. One of our fine viewers. Oh, my mouse is back. Okay. So anyway, there's our truck. Here comes another aircraft. Looks like an A321 coming in from Salt Lake City, American Airlines flight 2845. On the original live DFW Airport plane spotting channel, Runway DFW. I've been doing this since last October, but I think our first actual live broadcast was probably not until November, after I tried it a few times, and those early shows are pretty rough, as you might imagine. I wouldn't recommend you go back and look at them, but they do exist. Oh, and I'm a Pangolin is giving us an explanation for the BCS-1. American Flight 60 coming in from Narita in Tokyo. And what's that, about an 11 or 12 hour trip? And it's already, as soon as the plane touches down, flight radar erases the duration of the flight, so I can't tell you how long that flight was, but I think it's about 11 hours, or it's either just about 11 hours or just about 12 hours going this way. So anyway, there again is the East Tower of DFW Airport, where I spent 3 whole hours this morning. As a guest of Ian Billington, who's a supervisor up there. And I learned a lot of interesting things. There's just such a cool place to hang out. And you're saying, well, Walt, where are all the pictures? Well, guess what? The FAA does not permit pictures or sound, I found out. So I was very happy to get a chance to be there, but I couldn't share any pictures with you. But I did get a lot of insight about how things work up there, and just a fascinating place, as I'm sure any of you would. I'm sure some of you have been in a control tower and you've seen the pictures. This is Alaska Airlines Flight 725 on its way to Seattle. And that is American Airlines Flight 2593, arriving from Minneapolis, St. Paul. 737-800. The wind appears to be coming from the east at this moment. Inching its way into our view is that Alaska Airlines plane, which we'll pick up with camera 1. Runway DFW coming to you today from high atop the F-150. Our camera position soaring, I don't know, about 8 or 9 feet over the pavement here, to provide you with the utmost in coverage. Let's swing around to pick up the arrival of American Flight 7700 from FAT, Fresno, California. Off to Colorado Springs goes this CRJ 700. Now, if you're wondering when we will see the A380 this afternoon, I'm going to check on that in a minute. There are some Saturdays that it has not operated for whatever reason. We're going to do a quick swing around to pick up Qantas Flight 7 coming in from Sydney. The 5th longest flight in the world, at least the last time I checked. That's a Dreamliner touching down after 14 hours and 39 minutes on its Trans-Pacific journey. (787-9). I can't remember if it was Ian up in the control tower or someone else telling me that Qantas formerly operated its A380s into DFW, and that stopped when the pandemic started. So now they fly Dreamliners here, but they were telling me they couldn't run the A380 at full capacity here because of the fuel requirements for such a long flight. So they'd have to sacrifice passenger seats in order to get the weight ratio correct to make that journey non-stop. So I guess you might get some extra seating in that configuration because they weren't able to sell all the seats in order to keep the weight at the prescribed limit. I also found out something else that was interesting to me during my visit to the East Control Tower today, and that was sometimes when you see the plane, maybe you're on a plane and it's parked at the end of the runway and you're waiting to take off, and other planes may be hanging out around you and they're taking off and you're not taking off, and apparently sometimes, and this is a Mesa Airlines CRJ 900, I think. Don't know where that one's going. But anyway, so you're parked on the tarmac and other planes are taking off, and I'm informed that a lot of times it's because the airline has not supplied the flight deck with the numbers it needs to be able to take off, because the airline operations have to calculate all the, they know how many passengers are on, they know how many bags, how many pounds of luggage are on, they know how much fuel is on, and then they have to present all these calculations to the pilot so they can have authorization to take off to whatever destination they may have. So no, I thought that was interesting. We are, as always, parked just north of the UPS cargo hub here in Dallas, Fort Worth. You see one MD-11 in the foreground. There's another one out of the picture, and in the background there is the West Tower of DFW Airport, which works in coordination with the East Tower. And it's my understanding that this is the only airport where that happens, where there's an East Tower and a West Tower, or two towers which are working hand in glove with one another. Kells 1136, I was just wondering if you were broadcasting from the ranch truck. I am. I'm in the bed of an F-150. And there it is. Now that's from my last time here. I changed the setup a little bit, but it's essentially the same. Just a bunch of cameras and a table, and I'm in there, but I'm not in that picture because I'm taking it. That was from, I think, last Tuesday when we were here. So that's what we look like, essentially. Hang on, folks, let me get a little sip. The pause, that refreshes. Cold Chili says, how are you doing today? Do you remember me? I remember that name, Cold Chili. How are you doing today? Good to have you with us. And, oh yeah, the truck. So I was going to show you. It's hard to show you the truck because it's such tight quarters here. But let me see if I zoom out enough. Actually, you know, I might be able to do this better with our little, yeah, this might work, with our camera 4 here. Okay, so there's our computer. Here's our switcher. There's our soundboard. Here is camera 2. There is our hotspot, which is connecting us to the internet. I don't think we've ever had a head-on look at our camera, but there is camera 1. Can I do this? No, I can't do that. But anyway, there's camera 1, our main camera.
American local 730.
If we come around here,
Going to the east side.
I look in here. I don't know if you can see in there. There's our monitor, and we can see all of the. You can see the shot that's punched up on our switcher. There's camera 1. That's this camera. That's camera 2. There's camera 3, and here's the view of what is going out to the internet. Does that make sense? I don't know. There's Chuck Tolsma's car, or vehicle. Here's camera 3 back there on the rooftop of the F-150. Here's our auxiliary table, which providing a little shade for some of our gear down there. And there's our antenna for our ATC. There's our iPad for audio goodness. And here's the jumble of cables, which all has to be connected in order for you to see all this every day, or every couple of days. So anyway, there's the, it's hard for me to show you a whole look, but here's the view of the back of the truck. Is as high as I can lift it from over my head. There's Chuck in the red shirt over there. He's got an Airline Videos Live DFW shirt on, I think. So anyway, there's the tour of the official Runway DFW F-150. Another exclusive of Runway DFW. You are about to see what I believe is American Flight 2128, an Airbus A321, a minibus on its way to Austin, Texas. Chuck has found himself a very nice shady spot over there.
They got it. Stop up to 2711, delivery. Whiskey Golf Frontier, 2711.
So I kind of need a fisheye lens to bring you the sights of the experience of our F-150 vehicle. And I actually have a camera that has a lens like that, but it doesn't transmit, can't do a live transmission with it. I can only record it.
Archer, hello, America 2128 with you out of 7,000 on Jasper. 2128, activate radar contact, climb maintain 17,000. Okay, climb 17,000, American 2128.
So we'll have something coming up for you a little bit later. Hopefully it'll take off on this side of the airport. And you can see the tail there. It's getting whipped around by, well, the heat haze is getting, but there's the tail of the Lufthansa A340 Star Alliance livery. I think we've seen that once before here, but we will get to bring it to you again, at least as it taxis to the north side of the airport. Don't know if we'll get to see it taken off, but we'll try to bring that to you. There you see a Frontier Airlines aircraft off to San Francisco. It's flight 2711, an Airbus A320 with Cliff the Mountain Goat on the tail. Let's see if we can get a better look at Cliff here. There we go, Cliff. Wonder who came up with that idea to put wildlife on the tail. Kind of a cool idea. It's different, certainly. So we do have the Star Alliance livery of the Lufthansa A340 to look forward to. We have Air France. We'll be headed back to Paris. We did see that one come in, I think, right as we were getting here, setting up. So we got some fun for you here, live from DFW Founders Plaza, which you're looking at there. It looks like the parking is pretty much sucked up right now. I see one person backing out. And this, of course, is the primary parking lot. There is some overflow parking. And I imagine when good old Kevin gets here later this month, we will see something similar to that. I think his first day here is on a Tuesday.
3575, we'll talk to you later, man. 2120.
And he will be here to greet his fans. Here at Founders Plaza, and there you see the monument there. And Douglas was doing, that's an old Frontier livery that we saw. It looked a little different. Kells 1136 says, thanks Walt, nice to see behind the scenes. Yeah, it's a little shaky, and I don't know, it's just not, it's hardly any room to show you what we do, but it's fun. Water says, that's a serious piece of kit, Walt. Kind of grows, you know. Somebody came up before we started and was asking, I had no idea you had all this equipment, and you don't really need all this equipment. I mean, you can essentially do this with one camera and with a computer, and a computer plugged in the into the computer, microphone plugged into the computer, and then you need a hotspot, and that's about it. And of course, that's how I started. But then you get a little more ambitious, and you want to be a little different. You want to change things up a bit and add production value, as we call it in the TV business. And so you just say, I'm going to do this. I'm going to see if I can add another camera and get a little switcher and mix some sound in. And as I've said before, there's no book that tells you how to do this. I don't even know if there's a YouTube video that shows you how. I don't know if any of the major airport streamers have like stopped down and kind of explained what they're doing and how they do it. In our case, most of the initial problems had to do with connecting to the internet. I quickly learned that this was a notoriously terrible place here at Founders Plaza to receive internet signals. And so we just kind of had to grind our teeth through that. And some days it was okay, and some days it was pretty suboptimal, I would say. And so we just kind of made do with it. Sometimes we had to actually put up a recording of our broadcast so it would be watchable, because what went out was so filled with glitches and slow frame rates and things like that. So, hello. But we seem to have a pretty stable connection now, so I'm happy about that. Kenji says there's a bunch of YouTube videos how to stream on YouTube, and I know about that, but I'm just wondering if I haven't seen anything specifically about how you do it from an airport when you don't have any power available to you and you don't have any Wi-Fi available to you. It's kind of a different animal. Let's check out on Flight Radar, and we are in the northwest side of that picture, kind of near the top of the screen. On to the left of center is where we are, and there's no planes that are currently lined up to take off. And I'd have to zoom in a bit to see if there's anything on the way in. And it looks like there's not. Over there on the right, there's a British Airways A350 on its way to Austin, to the east of Dallas, or to the east of DFW. But nothing going on right here right now. So maybe I can try now to play back that video that showed the United plane coming in. Let me see if I can do that. This would be right before we went on the air. I think we don't see too much of it because I caught it kind of late, but let's see what we can pick up here. So it was 777 United. I've never seen a United 777 here. And I can only imagine it's some kind of a charter for a sports team. It was coming in from Washington, as I recall. So that is not live, that is recorded, so if you're looking at your flight radar, that won't be on it. That's the end of that. Well, it's the top of the hour here at Runway DFW.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color.
Hey everybody, it's Saturday, October 1st, 2022, our first broadcast of the new month. And I welcome you. It's Walt. We are here at DFW International Airport in Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas, in the USA. It is somewhere in the 80s, I think, as far as Fahrenheit degrees go. So it's not too bad, especially in the shade. Here in the bright sun, it's a little bit less nominal, but we're doing okay. We're fully covered. Got a hat on. Got flaps. Everything's covered up. So let's hang out for a while here at Runway DFW. And there you see DFW Founders Plaza. I need to set my camera back so we can show you pictures with it. Just missed that one. An American Eagle Flight 4181 Embraer 145 coming in from Harlingen in South Texas. We will probably be presenting you with some more tales from the East Tower before we head out this afternoon. And if you're just joining us, I was lucky enough to have been invited by a supervisor up there, Ian Billington, who wrote me a couple of weeks ago and said, "Hey Walt, would you be interested in paying us a visit up here?" And I said, yeah. So, so I took him up on his offer and went up there, and it's just a fascinating place to hang out for 3 hours. I mean, they, weren't rushing me out the door or anything. And I think the thing that surprised me the most operationally was that they use something called flight strips. Now, if you've ever seen, like old pictures of control towers, you see them having these kind of ruler-like strips they're like plastic strips with sheets with little slips of paper in them, which describe outgoing aircraft. And I was surprised to see that they're still using it. They have all this high technology up there, but they're still printing out these pieces of paper. They're sliding them into little plastic holders that look kind of like rulers, probably not quite a foot long, maybe about 8 or 10 inches long, and about, I don't know, ½ inch or 3/4 of an inch tall. And they arrange them in trays, kind of like if you've ever seen printing presses of old, where they would put the letters in a tray and then put them into a galley and arrange them. Well, I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And so they use these. I think that the terminology is flight strips. And I wish I could show you pictures, but I wasn't allowed to take any pictures up there. Boo-hoo. But the rules are the rules, and I was just happy to be able to get to look at that. And so again, we'll be chatting with you more about what goes on up in the tower. And I think one of the things that was interesting was that you do not need a college degree to be a flight controller, and if you get to the upper echelons of flight control, you can make some pretty good money, and you get a pension, and the mandatory retirement age was, I believe, 56. So I was talking to one guy, and he's in his early 50s, and he's counting the days down to when he can, if he chooses, retire. Of course, he'll have to retire when he's 56. Although you can go on to a desk job, I guess. But it's kind of like being a pilot. You kind of age out. And there are several different pathways to be a flight controller. Again, you don't have to go to college. You can either get the needed experience in the military, you can go to a private contractor, because some private contractors operate some control towers, or you can go directly to the FAA and sign up with them. Of course, their admission process is pretty rigorous, and you have to have tests which certify you to be able to handle the stress of the job. Psychological tests. But once you get in, I guess it's a pretty good job. The main downside, everybody up there was telling me, is that it's shift work, and you don't, even when you get to be a senior person, you're still working nights and weekends and crazy schedules, and that's just the nature of the work, nature of the job. But you can retire pretty early, and you get a pension.
Station 222, just got a call from Fort Worth Center, speed 250 knots, reduced speed to 250.
And you hear about all the stress that these guys are under, and gals. And this is an Airbus A321 flight 2298, American Airlines going to Las Vegas.
Regional Hotel, envoy 3695,
But anyways, a pretty laid-back bunch this morning up there in the East Control Tower. But again, obviously there was nothing to be stressed over this morning because there was not much traffic and beautiful sunny day. The stress comes in when there's bad weather or there's delays and all that kind of stuff. But everybody I spoke with seemed to be very happy with the choice that they made to become an air traffic controller. To be a part of a relatively small community of folks who do a very important job. Into your image right now comes Delta Flight 1041. It's an Airbus A320. And this will be going out to Los Angeles. Yeah, it's a 20th century Delta jet. Celebrating its 30th year. I wonder what percentage of motor vehicles on the road today date back to 1992. Obviously there are some. Our next arrival is going to be American Eagle Flight 3906 coming in from Garden City, Kansas. And into your viewfinder there is now going to be coming from the right Spirit Airlines Flight 2701 to Las Vegas, an Airbus A321 in its unmistakable yellow livery, which we, like it or not, we must savor because we're just not going to see that for very much longer. Assuming that the merger with JetBlue goes through. So every time I take a picture of one of these planes, I think, you know, somebody's going to be looking at YouTube a couple of years from now and saying, hey, you know, remember that? Remember Spirit? Used to be a thing. Hello, is this OZ Gaming 9?
Yes.
Well, it's so nice to see you.
Came to say hello to you.
Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you in person.
Good to see you.
And you must be the dad. You get to do all the driving. You want to be on TV? It's up to you. Okay. Well, here he is, folks. OZ Gaming 9, who you probably are all familiar with. Well, you're in the shadow there. Stand over there, so there you go. It's probably not the best angle, but... So you're just here to... you're not going live today, are you? No, okay. Well, glad to see you. I like your camera. It looks like a pretty good one.
Yeah. Does the job.
Yep. Well, you've got a lot of fans out there.
Yes, I do.
What are you going to... Now that you're famous, what are you going to do?
I don't know. I'm trying to get into aerospace engineering.
You probably won't have time for this when you do that.
Probably not.
But you can always come back as a hobby.
Yeah.
This is not my full-time job either. Well, I'm so glad to meet you. We had a United 777 come in here before. What? Was it a... Do you know anything about it? Was it a team plane or something? Yeah. Are they playing the Washington Football Club this weekend? Okay. I don't follow football that much, so. But you've got a Texas A&M hat, so you must kind of follow stuff like that.
My other son is there.
Oh, he is there. Okay. How old is he? Wow. Well, that sounds great. Well, I'm so glad you did. I knew we'd bump into each other eventually. Either I'd be here when you're here, or you're here when I'm here. So, it's great. I'm glad to meet you too, and I'll be watching. Because you're here when I can't be here, so.
It works out.
I know it does. Well, good luck with that, and good luck with school. You doing okay with school?
Yep.
Okay, I would imagine you are.
Thank you. Well, thank you.
Well, thank you. It's good to see you too. That's OZ Gaming 9, who is wearing a Dallas Mavericks t-shirt with his dad, and there they go. It was so nice of them to stop by. I'm sure that many of you watch his channel, OZ Gaming 9, which is, he also does, he's 14 years old, if I recall correctly, and he does live streaming from DFW Airport. In fact, he was here last night. This is a NetJets Cessna 680A Citation Latitude. Can't say that well, I've probably seen it before, but I wouldn't know what it is just looking at it. Someone on OZ Gaming 9's channel once asked in the chat if I was his grandpa. And I told him I could be his honorary grandpa, but no, I'm not his. I'm no relation. Okay, so citation latitude. I suspicion that this plane is not going to take very long at all to lift off the ground. It may be in the air by the time it gets to the central tower there. And again, this is on the docket for a trip to Oklahoma City. So let's see if my prediction is correct. Oh yeah, well, right where the central tower is, it lifted off. Into the sky it goes. I haven't been meaning to ignore you folks here. We welcome new subscribers to Runway DFW. We are just 75, 85. Well, we're a little less than 90 away, subscribers-wise, to our next goal of 7,000 subscribers. So, if you haven't subscribed yet, please consider. Hey, I'm looking through my screen and I see Michelle RS there. Hello, Michelle RS. One of the fine members of what we like to call the Runway DFW Moderation Federation. There are their names. We have a new member who is asked to join, and either I am waiting to hear back or I haven't seen the return message in the mail, but we should be having another name to add to the list very soon. But I want to thank all of you who are listed there for being so kind to volunteer your time to help make Runway DFW the nice place it is to hang out. Just looking back to make sure I haven't missed anybody's messages here. We have Luke Jensen saying, "Hi, Walt," from Farmers Branch, not too far away from here. Another private plane coming in here. Let me see if we can catch it. What are those spinny things there? That's not a jet. That's a Beechcraft or a B200 Super King Air. Not a regular King Air, a Super King Air. Coming in from Sedona, Arizona. No Bologna. A moment of quietude here, although I think, see the Air France Dreamliner on its way to the takeoff zone. We'll see that here in just a moment. There it is, passing in front of Terminal D, the international terminal. Hang on, folks, I gotta get another sip of beverage here. We say greetings to Andrea Molson. Thank you for saying hello. Thank you for stopping by. Somebody was saying, Nick was saying, 747 inbound in 5 minutes. So that'll be number 3. Mrs. Runway DFW says we need more mods. It's going to take at least 5 more to keep eyes on Ken G for starters. Yeah, if you're interested, there's a link for my email address in the description of this broadcast on this YouTube page. So if you are interested in modding, knowing that there's no remuneration whatsoever, but you just want to have some fun and you can spare some time, well, there's where you can go. Now, our Air France Dreamliner, unfortunately, is making a right turn. You'll see it there. Well, I'll show it to you here. It is destined for an east side takeoff here at DFW Airport. So it's headed over a bridge that'll take it over to runway 17 right, most likely. And there it goes. We'll see if we can pick it up as it rises from above the buildings over there. Now let us hope that the same fate does not befall us when it comes to the Star Alliance livery of Lufthansa's A340, but again, alas, it too is taking the bridge over to the east side. So there's our last look at the Star Alliance livery, and thus we can pick it up as it goes across. And as I've said before, this is the A340 is my second favorite current passenger aircraft. Just because it's got 4 engines and it looks kind of reminiscent of the original jets. Here comes Cargo Lux. So it's our second queen of the afternoon. Coming in from Anchorage. Which is a very popular spot for plane spotters. I've seen the LA Flights guys up there once or twice. Of course, Jerry from Big Jet TV was there just a week or two ago. He had a close encounter with a moose. So that makes life interesting. But if you're really hankering to see 747s, Anchorage would be probably, if it's not top of the list, it's certainly right close to it, because my goodness, they've got one coming and going all the time there. It's a big stopping off point for trans-Pacific flights. Of course, you see an American Airlines. That would be a Dreamliner there on its way back to the American hangar on this side of the airport. They've got one on the other side of the airport too. So we have seen now 3 Queens coming in, and I imagine we'll at least see 1 or 2 of them go out. Singapore Airlines, I think we'll see go out, and 1, if not both of those cargo luxe will travel on to their next destinations. This is American 959 and Airbus A321 off to LAX. Here comes an Airbus A321 arriving from San Diego, California. And you probably heard a report from a pilot just there in the background on the ATC, reporting a large bird at the end of the runway. I didn't catch which one. And that's just one of those things that people in the control tower hear and act upon. That's a loud plane. Why are some planes so much louder than others?
Direct RU up to 10,000 American 959.
That was American Flight 1948 off to San Diego, California on Runway DFW. We have a Delta jet which is about to embark on a journey to Salt Lake City in the state of Utah. An Airbus A321, and which I can't remember who it was in the chat room, but they clarified for me that this is called BCS-1 as an aircraft designation because before it was acquired by Airbus, this was a Bombardier aircraft. We're about to get some Wookiee noise here. I know it's a distinctive sound, but
I'm holding short for inspection when able, just to make sure there's nothing on the runway.
I just have to wonder if anybody in the quality assurance department said, you know, a passenger hearing that noise might think that something's wrong with the aircraft. Volaris. Whoa. It's an A320 coming in from Guadalajara in Mexico. I'm gonna say that was a Land O'Lakes landing. I need a graphic for that. There is the scene here on a Saturday afternoon at DFW Founders Plaza. All sorts of folks hanging out here, watching planes, having fun, eating lunch, having a cool drink, trying to find some shade. And as always, we implore you, please no dumping drains to creek. I know I don't do that. Nor should you. I know nobody in the Runway DFW satellite truck does that. This would be American Flight 868 from Oklahoma City. It looks like this is landing on runway 18 left, the takeoff runway. And I say the takeoff runway, that's nominally the takeoff runway is, but not always. Hey Chuck.
Did he land on 18?
That was what I thought. That was our friend Chuck Tolsma, who was getting out of his shady chair and saying, did that land on 18 left? 18 left? And I said, yeah. And when I was over there in the East Control Tower this morning, as I was talking about earlier, I got a tour. I got to hang out there for 3 hours, just with my jaw dropping from the. You just can't even imagine the view from up there. And you're saying, well, where are all your pictures? And they do not allow pictures up there. But I wasn't going to turn down a chance to hang out in the control tower, so. Oh, yeah, as long as you put it back. Somebody's borrowing my stool. Here comes on its way from Puerto Vallarta in Mexico, an American Airlines A321 Flight 1215, touching down. And that landed on runway 18 right. Huh? No, I'm not usually on that camera. Don't worry about it. What, you don't want to be on TV? Come on. I'm up here so people can't be in the shot.
We gotta fix it so your umbrella.
Yeah, I'm working on that. Chuck was saying you got to fix it so your umbrella works. Here's one of the Can we still see it here? One of the commuter trains that services, this is Tex Rail. Normally we can't get as good a view of this as we do from up here. So there it is, that's on its way to Fort Worth. So there is mass transit. Now you have to get yourself to, I think, Terminal A or B, or maybe both, I can't remember. So that train service doesn't serve all the terminals. You've got to take an intermediate shuttle to get there. American Flight 2081 and Airbus A321 coming in for you to see this afternoon. Not there, not up in the sky, but there, from Sacramento, California. And just down the road from Sacramento is San Francisco, and that is where this A321 is off to. American Flight 1742, off to the city by the bay. I forgot to check up on that. Pretty sure the Air France and the A340 Lufthansa must be gone by now. I meant to keep an eye on them. Oh well. So I've got another A321 on its way to the wild blue yonder. It's American Flight 863 off to the City of Angels, Los Angeles. And you may be able to hear it in the background. That'll be American Flight 417 coming in from Phoenix. And there it is there, another A321. It's an American Airlines 787-800 or -8. This one has no I don't see any destination on this one. No, I'm sorry, this is a, what am I thinking? It's an Airbus A321. Silly me. It's an Embraer 175 coming in from... Where's that coming from? I couldn't glance over there quickly enough to see. From McAllen in Texas, South Texas. There's the A321 off to parts unknown. At least parts unknown to me. Pretty sure the pilot knows where they're going. Just about to sit down and chat with you guys, but there you see another plane coming in. American Flight 2467 from Des Moines in the state of Iowa. We have a minibus. And I think I'd heard it called a baby bus before, the A319. And I think it was Flugelschaft from Plane Mania who corrected me. Says the baby bus was the A318, of which there are very few left. And the A319 is the minibus. So that one's getting ready to take off for, where did I say? And here comes another one coming in from Oaxaca in Mexico. Oaxaca, just a fun word to say. So there goes the flight to Wichita. Looks like we're building up some, got an afternoon rush going. There is a rhythm to the flow of aircraft here at DFW Airport. And a lot of time when there's these concentrated groups of planes going in or out, they're generally speaking American flights, and then the other airlines that come in here, Delta, United, Spirit, JetBlue, they will take up the kind of slack when American isn't scheduling their flights. So that's when the available slots are, where the available slots are. So a parade of American aircraft for you here. It looks like the first one out of the gate is going to be Flight 1483, an Airbus A319. This one's headed to Santa Barbara in California. We've got at least 1, 2, 3 other planes lined up behind this one. I'm just checking in on the chat now. David Sheffield says, "Hi Walt, like your new perch, great shots." Yeah, there's well, a couple things about it. One is that it's pretty restrictive as far as space goes, obviously, because I'm in the bed of a pickup truck. And the other thing is, what is the other thing? I need a drink. Hold on a sec, folks.
United 1609, climb and maintain 17,000. 17,000, United 1609. Left for American 544. Okay, 18 left, Golf Zulu, hold short, 18 left, American 1322.
Okay, I've returned from my beverage, and Brian is asking, was that a Parked United wide body? You never see those here in DFW, mainly AA. And yes, that is. We did show a replay of its arrival earlier. Now, I wasn't on the air when it came in, but I saw it. It was one of those things I saw out of the corner of my eye, and I said, what? What's that? That's a lot bigger than the United Express planes and the A319s and the... What else do they fly here? And let me see if I can find... I didn't see that when I was looking down yonder earlier. Maybe it is parked now in the parking area. Oh yes, there it is. Well, first of all, we're going to welcome this Qatar Cargo 777 coming in from Los Angeles. And I should be able to transition from that over to the United 777. And the consensus of opinion is that this is the team plane of the... Now, I'm not a big NFL fan here, American football. I know they were called the Washington Football Team for a couple of years, and now they're called something else. I can't even remember what it is. But anyway, there it is. A sight that we do not see very often. A United 777, a United wide-body plane here at DFW. Now, I'm sure that in the past we have seen, they have flown in and out of here, but in recent years, United has a fairly small footprint here at DFW. And what you're seeing there on the left, with what looks like red and green balloons on it, is the, what is that? It's a Mexican airline. I'm trying to remember what the name of it is now. Viva Aerobus, that's it. I believe you see there a Qantas Dreamliner entering your viewport. Did that just come in? Couldn't have come in over here. We would have seen that. Seeing it on my radar. I do see Finnair Flight 20 lighting up. Airbus A320 headed to Helsinki. Michelle is there with the information. Dallas is playing the Washington Commanders, so that is their new name, kind of generic, which is probably why I couldn't remember what it was. Ms. Wolf says, "Hi all, sorry I'm late." There's no need to be sorry you're late. Ms. Wolf's 13 is one of our great members of the DFW Moderation Federation. So we're just kind of soaking in this United 777 while we can. I'm sure it's here for the night, because I'm guessing the football game is tomorrow, being Sunday here in the U.S. So Marco, as far as the Qantas goes that we saw a minute ago, I think there's a special livery Qatar plane behind there too, behind that United plane. But the Qantas plane usually goes out like about midnight, so it must have snuck in on us. And now it's just going to go park in the overflow lot, I guess. Sorry if I missed it. But again, I don't, and generally speaking, the Qantas flight always comes in over here, although it might have come in on 13 right, which is the crosswind runway to the west, on the west side of the airport. But I think 13, I think they told me up in the tower too that 13 right is out of commission currently. So it looks like we got a 777 parked there on a taxiway. And we got flight 159 coming in from Austin in Airbus A319 on runway DFW.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color.
It is top of the hour, 5:01, well, almost 5:02. You can see the clock there. Here in the central time zone of the USA, it's Walt, your fly guy, bringing you the planes from the second busiest airport in the world, Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. We'll be here with you till it gets dark tonight. So hang out with us. Broadcasting live from our official satellite truck, it's Runway DFW. As always, we come to you live from DFW Founders Plaza. And today our broadcast is emanating from high atop the F-150. Yes, the F-150 for a very comfortable bed and accommodations provided by, and a promotional consideration provided by F-150. Not really. I wish they were providing a promotional consideration, but oh well. It's another A319 coming in from Santa Barbara, California. American Flight 1981 for you there. There's that 777 that's just kind of hanging out there. Another thing they told me in the control tower today, and if you're just joining us, I spent 3 hours as the guest of the DFW East Control Tower from my new best friend Ian, who is a supervisor up there. And boy, was that fun, and what a view. And as I said before, I only wish I could bring you that view, but the FAA rules specify no cameras allowed. So I was not going to try to break any rules, because I want to be able to go back up there again. In fact, I was invited to come back or even visit the West Tower, which is over on this side of the airport. So they were very welcoming. And again, I just felt very privileged to be able to hang out there. And it was they're a very fun bunch up there. Later, well, you know, I never did check to see if we've got the big A380 coming our way today. Yeah, it looks like they're going to be about 40 minutes late. The estimated arrival is 5:40 p.m. for the sideways flying apartment building coming in from London. British Airways flight 193 from London. We're up to 6,923 subscribers, folks. That doesn't mean anything to you, I know. But to us it means that we're getting very close to our next big goal of 7,000 subscribers. So if you haven't already subscribed to Runway DFW, why not? It's free. Come on. We'd love to have you be a part of our group here.
Departure shuttle 5752, 2,900, climb via the Cat 2. Air shuttle 5752, departure, winter contact. Dallas 3046, Fort Worth Center, 133.3, good day.
Minded Alliance wants to know, is the Scary Figure Dance, the same name of the episode that I watched earlier this morning on Cartoon Network in Teen Titans Go, a parody of the Monster Mash, right, Walt? I wish I could illuminate you on that cartoon reference, but I'm afraid that I am unable. So here's the great One of my favorite liveries, the Finnair. This is the flight headed back to Helsinki, an Airbus A350, but unfortunately again, this one is being directed over to the east side of the airport. So we'll not get to see it take off in front of us, just as we didn't get to see Air France or Lufthansa's A340. We did get to see him taxi a bit. And again, what I learned right there in the East Control Tower today was that a lot of times when these planes that could take off from either side of the airport, east or west, one reason they'll take off from one side or the other is to balance the operations, so that if there's a lot of planes going out on one side, they'll direct some over to the other side to kind of balance things out so it doesn't get all clogged up on one or the other side. Now, for some passengers, that's going to mean a little bit extra taxiing time, but that's just one of those things. You want to have smooth operations at a big airport like this. And we're still looking at this A321, which is hanging out on the runway here. And again, the information I have from the flight controllers is that a lot of times, well, there's several reasons. A plane might just be parked on a taxiway or in a holding section. One reason might be the weather, or a situation at its destination airport might keep it from taking off. You know, because they want to make sure that when flights resume that everybody's in order and they don't have a jam up at the other end, so they'll just let them stay in place. Here's that Viva Aerobus, which is on its way to Monterey, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it's an Airbus A320. I was looking at the DFW Tower website. Now it's an independent, it's like a news website for news about DFW Airport, and they do analysis occasionally of the traffic that comes and goes. And their analysis showed that Viva Airbus was not doing very well as far as passenger loads goes, at least published information about them. This Airbus A321 is off to Denver, Colorado.
Aircraft A321 American local. 17,000 for 663. Zulu Hotel 18 left, American local 871. Okay, let's
realistically sitting in a car right there.
Tomorrow 124.15 for Go 71. Okay, 81 visual 1 in right, what did you say? Turn off to 6
Here's a look at what's happening here on live on Flight Radar 24, and you can see that there are several planes lining up here on the west side for takeoff, with American Flight 1322 bound for Denver, looking like it's going to be first to go off. Cessna Textron says a Dream lifter may fly over at 39,000 feet, and I don't know how long ago that message came in. Not too long ago. The skies are clear today, that's for sure.
Section 613, 447, 133.3, good day. 3033, digit 613, good day.
See if we can bring you a celestial object here while we're at it.
Oh, Tower America 2379, ready for visual 1 right.
I was trying to bring you a shot of the moon, or the crescent moon, but I can see it in the sky, but I cannot quite make it out on my viewfinder. So my apologies for that. Maybe it'll get a little lower in the sky as we go on through the evening. That's interesting. You are seeing what's happening here. Okay, our camera 2's got a low battery alert, so let me check on that. Please stand by. Battery has 99%, so something's not right. Camera 2 is plugged into a power brick, which should have been supplying it with power. So I don't know, looks like we may be without camera 2 for a bit while it charges up. Well, that's a bummer. I'm going to ask our engineering staff in the Runway DFW satellite truck to get over to camera 2 to check it out, make sure that there's nothing permanently wrong with it. Just a good thing we have 4 cameras. So we have something to fall back on here. Redundancy is the word here at Runway DFW.
27 nothing for 969.
But it is quiet right now as far as incoming planes go. It is, we're just about a half hour away, maybe a little less, to the arrival of the big A380. Meanwhile, we've got a Spirit Airlines plane coming in from Las Vegas, an Airbus A321. Next arrival on Runway DFW.
Okay, well, we're at least in the right direction. We talked to our dispatch. They were waiting for a decision to be made, so maybe that's it. So we'll maybe contact them back and see what's going on. Thanks for the update. Okay.
So at last report, the British Airways Speedbird A380 from London is scheduled to get here at 5:40 p.m. local time, which is 20 minutes from this very moment. Here's an Embraer 145. Destination Abilene, Texas. American Eagle flight 3558. On your official Runway DFW scorecard. Incoming now is American Flight 2767 from Seattle. Loaded with Starbucks coffee, no doubt. This American Airlines A321 is off to Denver. I do not have its flight number handy. And I will amend my last comment. This is flight 2406, 737-800 off to Minneapolis, St. Paul. I don't want to shortchange St. Paul. Another 737-800 right there. American flight 2003 off to San Salvador.
2,300 climbing via the bleak away. American 2406, regional approach, ready to contact. 2707,
And I didn't mean to switch to the camera that doesn't work as we check out Spirit Airlines headed to Los Angeles in A320. Yeah, somebody's going to be aboard the last Spirit Airlines flight at some point in the next year or so, I would guess. I remember reading an account written by the pilot of the final Pan American flight. I believe it was from Bermuda or the Bahamas to Miami. And talking about the emotion, knowing that they were the final flight to be taken of that storied and historic international airline. And can you imagine being in control of that plane knowing, I mean, you knew that that's the last one. I mean, they'd have to fly the plane somewhere to get parked or taxi or scrapped or whatever, but you know, it was the last passenger carrying plane. A pretty amazing tale. You can probably find it online somewhere, I imagine. Got a One World livery for you there. And I was trying to get camera 2 back in operation. It looks like it is. I don't know how long we'll have it. Sorry I missed that coming in from Kalispell, Montana. 737-800 in the American Airlines One World livery. See if we can catch a glimpse of it here before it goes away. Here it is, and there's camera 2. Keep your fingers crossed on that. American Flight 1322. This one's off to Denver. It's an Airbus A321. And this American Airlines A319 coming in from Montrose, Colorado. And let's check out this flight going to Denver, shall we? Delta Flight 2946 is now arriving. An Airbus A321 from Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Envoy 4072, turn right 270. 270, of course. Spare wings 867, contact forward center 127.0, good day. R27, spare leg 67, good day. Get in pressure. American 576, Tower 1090 at 10.
We have a very kind tip coming in from Airline Videos Live for $10. Thank you, Kevin. Of course, Kevin will be here coming up in, I believe he starts on the 8th. He will correct us. And Airline Videos Live. Kevin says, hello, Runway DFW. We just sent you a tip via PayPal. Doesn't seem to be connected to your stream, FYI. And I think we just, it may be a little late. We did just a display. So I hope you saw it. But we do acknowledge it, and thank you very, very much, Kevin. What have we here? American Airlines Flight 2941 from Missoula, Montana. What? It's an Airbus A319. It is arriving on runway 18 right. And for your information, Kevin, we are broadcasting today again from the exclusive Runway DFW. And I have to find it here, so hold on a second. Exclusive Runway DFW F-150, towering high above DFW Founders Plaza. And Kevin clarifies his arrival is going to be October 11th. But never fear, I will be here. I've already taken that time off. So if you need anything, you have a pal here at Runway DFW. That's an American A319 coming in from Boise. Boise, flight 2944. Meantime, this plane continues to be parked on a taxiway, this A321. It's been there for, I don't know, the better part of an hour, I would think. And it's kind of hanging out. And again, they told us over at the East Tower today when we were there for a nice 3-hour sojourn up on top of that big tower that sometimes planes get into takeoff position and they are informed that they can't take off because there is no takeoff available at their destination. And I'm seeing something over here. This is to the east of us, which looks like a fire. Can you see it? It's behind the Founders Plaza monument there. I don't think it's on the airport property. You can see it there between the Founders Plaza Monument and the North Radar Tower there. It's black smoke, so from my TV news photography experience, that usually indicates it's a fire that hasn't been put out yet, or it's in the process of being put out. So again, I don't mean to panic anybody. I think it's just something that's not connected with the airport, but just happens to be within our viewing radius. We should be now just about 5 minutes away or so from the arrival of the biggest plane to come in here, the Airbus A380, the Speedbird from London, British Airways flight. What is the flight number? I always forget. 193. So it's going to be coming in from right in that direction. It's running about 40 minutes late on its flight from London. Always the big attraction here. It's been in the air for 9 hours and 16 minutes. A 7-year-old A380. And that will be one of our feature attractions here on this Saturday, October 1st. So we're waiting for it to pop out of the sky there on the left. It's almost getting ready to cross Highway 114 just to the south of us, and there are people already. Well, I just heard somebody say, "Here it comes." I can't see it yet from our position. And as is tradition here at DFW Founders Plaza, the horns begin to honk. And the gleaming Speedbird has landed. That's not a sound effect, folks. I wasn't doing that. So the Super Jumbo taxiing over to International Terminal D to look for a parking spot. I don't imagine it can just pull up to any parking spot there. You can see those antennas back there. I think last time I was guessing they were about 15 miles away there at Cedar Hill, those tall broadcasting antennas. They're 23 miles away from here. They checked the map.
American 2709, direct route it, present departure, maintain 10,000, 10,000. And potential aircraft unauthorized UAS activity 10 miles southeast of DFW with a silver drone, 9,500 medium-sized direction unknown.
I don't know if you, this is the second time I've heard on the ATC something about an unidentified aircraft south of DFW Airport. I think they're talking about drones.
McKenna. Right, let's go to Mommy's car.
In the tower today, when I was visiting the East Tower this morning, if you're just joining us, I had a 3-hour visit to the East Tower this morning. No photos allowed, unfortunately, but they're telling me they have real concerns about drones intercepting the airspace. There you see in the background, we talked about it earlier, the United 777, which is a plane we do not see here on a scheduled basis, or scheduled as they say in the UK. And that plane there was a special livery World Cup plane for Qatar Airways. The United plane apparently brought in the Washington football team, NFL team, for a game with the Cowboys. And somebody mentioned earlier in the chat what the name of that team was, and I still can't remember what it is. The new name for the Washington team. So there goes Speedbird into its parking space, and you know, I don't know if we'll get to see it before it's dark. I suspect it's going to be dark by the time it wants to take off, so. Oh well. That little vibration there is from me moving about the cabin here. Karen says, isn't it illegal to fly drones near an airport? And the answer is yes, a resounding yes, that is not legal. Now, there are times when people who know what they're doing and who have a license and who have been authorized in advance can get permission to do some special photography, but it wouldn't just be Joe Plane Spotter. That would be a total no-no. So it would have to be someone who was had an FCC license, knew what they were doing, followed all the rules. And so that's a very dangerous thing to do. So if you have a drone, do not fly it anywhere near any airport. And again, it's Washington Commanders. I think it was Michelle who corrected me the first time, and I just, okay, I'm not a football guy, sorry. Yes. So Michelle can be our official Washington Commanders correction correspondent. And Vivek was saying that's a FIFA World Cup ad on that Qatar livery. Kel's 1136 was saying unauthorized drone is what we were listening to. And I've heard it more than once today. And he's also saying that's an impressive bird. Look how big that tail is compared to all the regular planes next to it. It's amazing that thing gets off the ground. And we just said goodbye to Chuck Tolsma, who you'll often find in the chat room here at Runway DFW and also at a lot of the other aviation streams. He's wearing his official DFW Three Towers t-shirt from Airline Videos Live. So you'll be happy to hear that, Kevin. Somebody's screaming. I'm not sure what's going on. Here's Bill Platt joining us. Hello, fellow mods. Bill is our New Jersey correspondent and a member of the Runway DFW official Moderation Federation. So we're happy to have you with us for a bit here. Bill, I think Bill was the first to sign on when we opened it up. He reached out and said, hey, I'd like to do that. And he was very enthusiastic, and I'm sure if you've had any interaction with him, you can see that he is enthusiastic about airlines and plane spotting, and he's a big help to us. So thank you, Bill, and thank you to all of you in that box, and all of you who are watching. Stephanie Hutchison is a Cowboys fan, apparently, even though she's got what appears to be a St. Louis logo on her for her icon. So the Washington Commanders are what it is. Allison N says, I like the updated view from the truck and not the back of people's heads. Well, we can show you back of people's heads if you want them, but apparently not. But yeah, we did get a nice... Now, the only thing, of course, is that we've got a few obstructions as the planes come in. But it's really it's a nice view. And there for you Runway DFW fans goes Chuck Tolsma, driving his GMC pickup truck. He's been out here for a couple of hours, hanging out, watching the planes go by. And since we've got a few minutes with no planes coming or going, let's check the flight radar 24. If has my mouse stopped working again? Yes. So that means I'm kind of stuck on this shot until my... Well, I mean, I can switch shots, but I can't put your messages in here. But anyway, here comes an American Eagle flight operated by Mesa Airlines coming in from Peoria, Illinois. It's going to land. A CRJ 900 LR. So I've reset my mouse. I've turned it, and I turned it back on. Speaking to myself, my mouse is connected, but it's not doing anything. My trackpad's not doing anything. This happened once before, earlier, and my computer doesn't have a touch screen. So, I may never be able to sign off. We'll just have to keep broadcasting until our batteries run out. Well, I think you may have seen a plane go by. But we've got an incoming Frontier aircraft from Denver, an A320. And ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Wellington, the black-footed ferret. Wellington, there he is.
American 2448 on MDB Park, from my 1 at left. Our MDB Park, 1 at left, takeoff. American 1635 at 10, from my 1 at left, finally. Ahoy, 1 at left, American 1635. Tractor 997, turn left, then taxi Echo, Alpha, hold short from my 1 at left. Left turn Echo, Alpha, hold short 1 8, left, Frontier flight.
We are about to see American Flight 1322. Where's it going? It's going to Denver, ladies and gentlemen. Denver, Colorado, on this Airbus A321. If you missed it earlier, we finally got to meet OZ Gaming 9, who does another live stream from Dallas Fort Worth Airport. He started it a month or two ago. He was here with his dad, because OZ Gaming 9 is 14 years old, so he needs a good old dad for transportation. But it's pretty amazing to see streams from a 14-year-old kid. This is American Airlines Flight 1635 going to San Diego, California. An Airbus A321. Did someone say Bozeman, Montana? Ah, yes. Flight 1206, of course. The Bozeman flight. I'm imagining that Bozeman must have a pretty rustic airport. I mean, not like it's made out of like a log cabin or anything, but I would imagine if you go in the Bozeman terminal, you know you're in Montana. You know what I mean? I could be wrong because I've never been to Montana. Just a crazy guess. And again, I'm having issues with my... Oh, there's my mouse. Okay, my mouse has returned, ladies and gents. So I can once again... Oh, there's that plane that's been sitting there for all day. Brad Ward is saying, is this another flatbed edition? Yes, this is indeed the F-150 edition of Runway DFW. So that plane that was sitting on the tarmac for what seems like forever, it has to have been at least an hour. See if we can get the N number on this. 584UW. Trying to make sure I got the right thing on my radar here. Yeah, this is going to Denver, and it's an Airbus A321, but it's been sitting on the taxiway. I'm going to say it's been an hour. So are they having some weather issues in Denver? I don't know. As I said earlier, the control tower folks told me that oftentimes the reason you'll see planes just kind of hanging out there at the end of the runway is because they haven't gotten all their data from the airline back, because you need all your flight data going out, like the passenger load, the weight of the baggage, how much fuel is in the tanks, all that kind of stuff. Sounds like we've got a big bird coming in now. It's an American Airlines 777 coming in from London Heathrow, flight 79. I believe I read, it was a day or two ago, I don't know if it's still ongoing, that there was a strike of some transit workers, specifically railway, in the UK, which involved suspension of the very convenient service to London Heathrow, and you know, like only a fraction of the regular train service was running in the UK. And if you've ever been to the UK, you know that trains are a very primary form of transportation around that country. So I don't know if that has, what do they call it, an industrial action or something like that. They don't use, I guess they use the word strike too, but I think they have another kind of different term than we use over here on this side of the pond for when workers walk out. So I hope they get that resolved. Of course, we were on the brink of having a nationwide rail strike a couple of weeks ago, which was resolved at the last minute. So there you see some tails there that there's that Qatar Airways. Well, it's being eclipsed now by the American 777, which is about to go by the United 777, which is a plane we do not normally see here. It was the team plane of the Washington Commanders. Did I get it right, Michelle? I think I got it right that time. It's finally been seared into my Walt brain. Washington Commanders. Again, that seems like a very generic name. I guess it's a little less generic than the Washington football team, but also a lot better than the original name, which we will not engage in here. Alrighty then, as we reach the top of the hour, we're going to see American Airlines Flight 2019. It'll be an Airbus A321. It will be arriving from San Francisco. we will watch it arrive on camera 3 as it crosses the sky, and we'll pick it up on camera 2. No, we'll pick it up on camera 1. Did you get that, truck? You got those instructions? The director sometimes doesn't listen to me. Got a mind of his own. So we are waiting patiently for this next flight. We did have 3 747s cargo come in earlier, one Singapore and 2 what were the other 2? Cargo Lux. So 2 Cargo Lux and a Singapore Airlines cargo came in. So there's 3 Queens back there somewhere, and we would hope to bring you the continuation of their journey of at least one of them, for heaven's sakes. All right, just after 6 o'clock here on your home for DFW Airport action, Runway DFW.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color.
Welcome one and all to our mini marathon here on a Saturday afternoon. It's Walt, your fly guy, on Saturday, October 1st, 2022. We are coming to you live from the exquisite DFW Founders Plaza. A nice place to hang out on a Saturday afternoon or evening or just about any old time. So hang out with us for another couple of hours. We hope to have some cool things to see. And even if we don't, we'll just pretend we do and have some fun on Runway DFW. Hit it, boys. And that's what happens when you hit the wrong buttons. Well, let's take a look at Flight Radar 24, shall we? Here comes American Flight 3989, and American Eagle Flight 3989, and Embraer 175 you see coming in there on the left side of your screen. That's what we see. That's what we can bring you here, is the activity over there on the left side. In the middle are all the terminals. On the right side is the east part of the eastern runways here, which we don't get to see the activity on. Sometimes we'll see a plane coming in and going behind buildings or taking off from behind buildings, but pretty much we're focused on the west side here at Runway DFW. And that's courtesy of Flight Radar 24, with whom we have now an agreement to be able to show you their live activity when we can. If we need to kind of show you what's going on or what's not going on, as is sometimes the case. There is the East Tower, which we got to hang out at this morning for 3 full hours. It was fun. Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, guys, from Las Cruces, New Mexico. Douglas Serrano says, I'll be getting that app on my phone soon. Yeah, that Flight Radar 24 is pretty indispensable if you're a plane spotter. And even if you're not, it's just kind of fun. Vince Las Vegas has got to love the Runway DFW Orchestra. We're happy to have them there. They've got a little corner of the truck that they play in. We cue them up. So it's a tight squeeze, but got a lot of love going out there for our friend Brad Ward, the executive producer at Airline Videos Live. Yeah, right now I think we got something to see. It's Turkish. Coming in from Istanbul. It's a Dreamliner. I remember when I first was coming here last year, towards the end of the year, when it gets dark real early, this would come in after dark. Now, I don't know if the schedule has changed betwixt now and then, but of course it is. We are now in the late afternoon hours. It's kind of tough for us because we're having to start our morning shows later. And since I have kind of a hard out time, I can't stay here as long, so our broadcasts aren't as long. But that's just one of those things. We are definitely in a quiet time right now. Now, I guess we got a question about when Kevin comes later this month on the 11th, starting on the 11th. Well, Michelle says, I wish Brad Ward would come. Yeah, that would really make it fun. Brad, you can arrange that, right? You've got connections. And Douglas says, Walt will be there, just not streaming. Well, I haven't, I'm here to do what Kevin needs to be done. I had a thought about, I know that Kevin's coming in around noon on that, I believe it's a Tuesday. And, theoretically I could be here to stream his arrival, or at least his plane arriving, and at the same time I could hold the parking space for him, which is the one I've got here, which my analysis indicates is optimal for streaming from the back of a truck. So that would be one thing I could do. I haven't discussed this with Brad, but if Kevin wanted someone to do his behind-the-scenes in a little more produced way, I could set up multiple cameras and do a produced behind-the-scenes, either on my channel or just feed it over to Airline Videos Live. I'm really happy that Kevin's coming. I don't feel any threats at all by him being here, because I think it'll only, look, the guy's got 400,000 plus subscribers. He's going to be bringing a lot of interest to DFW Airport. And after a couple days, Kevin's going to go away, but we'll still be here. So I hope that will all work out to everyone's benefit. And I think Kevin will have fun here. I bet he'll enjoy going back to LAX, just because there's a little less, variety here, as far as certainly Airlines. And I mean, we have a lot of airlines here. We just have a lot of American Airlines, I guess, is the thing.
Southwest 1430, and we'll maintain 10,000.
We do get to see, fortunately, a lot of these guys, these MD-11s, of which UPS flies a bunch into here. We have 2 parked here right now. I've seen as many as 4 here at a time. And across the way on the east side, FedEx also operates MD-11s, and they've got a DC-10 or 2 in there. I guess technically they're an MD-10. The differentiation, I guess the main differentiation being that they're, I guess, a little older aircraft and that they don't have those winglets. And I think they only had, last I checked, they only had about 3 of those, and we did get to see one of them landing in Austin when we made a 2-day trip down to the state capitol.
We're center 132.02.
Zoomfar Gaming and more says those people clear out after the 380, that's for sure. Well, you know, the parking lot is still pretty full. The space next to us is empty as far as the horseshoe goes here, and you know, actually the rest of the parking lot is still taken up. So yeah, there are generally more people here when the 380 lands, but on a Saturday night, people do tend to hang around. You know, actually, I predict there'll be more people here by the time we're getting ready to pack up, because people come out here and they spread out a blanket and they just watch planes and chat and maybe have a picnic, and it's fun. So if you can get out to Founders Plaza, which is where we are at the northwest corner of DFW Airport. It's free admission. It's open 24 hours a day. So come on down. That was American Airlines Flight 1288 coming in from Puerto Vallarta in Mexico. I can almost hear Johnny Olson saying those words now. Johnny Olson being the original announcer on The Price is Right, well, on many game shows. He was just all over the place as far as game shows go. And he would say something like, "You've won a fabulous trip to Puerto Vallarta!"
13575, switch today, Southwest 1430.
But he would do it much better than that. May Johnny Olson rest in peace. He was a classic announcer.
American 2199.
In fact, he was so good at it that on The Price is Right, they eventually start to put him on the air to announce some of the prizes or the people coming on down for their chance to win fabulous prizes. Hey, I wanted to show you this. I don't think I've done this yet. Well, I think I tried the other day, but we were on the wrong side of the bricks. They have here at Founders Plaza bricks that are engraved, and you can see them there. Some of them are in tribute to people or things, and I believe you can buy them for like $125, or at least that's what it says on the sign. And as you can see, there are spots here that are open, but some of them have very poignant messages. Others are in tribute to loved ones who've passed on. And that's a part of what you can see here at DFW Founders Plaza. Let me see if I can get a picture of the sign where it explains the Buy a Brick program. Maybe if you're interested, you can get a screenshot of that and follow up on it, or at least read about it. Yeah, $125. There's the number you can call, or the email address you can write to. And as always, we want to thank DFW Airport for providing this fabulous space for us and other plane spotters.
Right down to 3,000 now, 2762.
It is a really nice place to hang out and appreciate the world of aviation. And we're happy to, if you can't be here, we're happy to bring it to you live around the world. I see a plane over there somewhere. Oh, there it is. I'm saying that to myself before I punch it up to you to make sure that everything is cool. There it is. It's American Flight 613. It's a 737-800. It is, there's no destination listed for it. It's a 12-year-old 737. Just kind of cooling its jets, as they say in the aviation biz. Zoomfar Gaming and More says, I was there earlier, not in your shots today. I learned my lesson, LOL. It's weird seeing you in a pickup truck. Yeah, it's weird being in a pickup truck. I felt very self-conscious when I first started doing this, and you know, here I am yakking away into a microphone that's attached to my glasses, and you know, I'm not really talking to anybody in particular as far as people who are looking at me can tell. But here's this guy, and not only is he, you know, usually I'm on the ground with all this stuff, and now I'm in a pickup truck. So I'm getting out a fresh bottle of water here. Let me turn down the volume of my microphone so I can get a sip or two. Hang on there. Should we play some music? Is it disco time?
Disco! time.
Well, there I consumed half a bottle of water. You got to see some planes. Got to get up and move around a little bit maybe. And what have we here? They're out of the gate. We were talking about Brad Ward a little while ago. Again, the executive producer of Airline Videos Live, and who often pops in here with us on Runway DFW, kindly enough. And he revealed recently that he'd come down with COVID, and I'm hoping that he's doing a lot better. Well, I know we've got an A319 here. If you could see my radar screen on Flight Radar 24, it's hard for me to pick anything out of it because it's all filled with planes. Maybe if this emerges from the pack, I can give you a description. Looks like American Flight 1658 off to Eagle, Colorado. And at this time, we welcome flight we welcome flight 2762 from San Antonio. We're going to try out new voices here. If you're going to be on the air for 5 hours, you should probably have some different voices. Mix things up a little bit. Karen Glenn says, morning from a lovely day in southern Australia. Sun is finally shining. Of course, it's springtime down there, down under. If we say down under, do they say, when they refer to us, do they say up above? And when we say down under, is that demeaning? I hope not. Don't mean to be. We love Australia. I think somebody was saying that Qantas is going to fire up a Melbourne service to DFW later this year. Don't know if it'll be daily, but it'd be nice to have that added on to the daily Sydney flight. I think it's daily. Did I say where that was from? Jacksonville, A319, Flight 1416. saw somebody else here. I try to welcome everybody who comes in, and sometimes it goes by, and Majorly Annoyed says, "Good evening, everyone." Well, it's evening where I am anyway. It's almost evening here, Mr. Annoyed. Zoomfar Gaming and more says, if you can, try to watch for American Flight 1133 Special Livery AirCal Heritage, because we have a friend going to work there, but we had to leave before it takes off. You know what? When I was up in that tower that you just saw earlier today, I saw that plane, and as you might expect, they have binoculars up there in the East Tower. And I grabbed them because I couldn't make out what that... I knew it was a special livery. I couldn't tell what it was from that distance because it was over near Terminal, I want to say, C? Yeah, probably C. Or it was taxiing. And yeah, it was the AirCal. So I don't know if it's been here since then. That would have been this morning at, between 8 and 11. Or if it's been somewhere else and come back again. That's certainly within the realm of possibility. Oh, here's what I want to see. I can't say your name, but I can say hello to you from Taiwan. So happy to have you with us. Douglas Serrano saying, I hope I will meet you in person at the Founders Plaza soon, Walt. Well, I'm here usually at least twice a week, depending on the weather, sometimes more often. So if you see me about, and I'm fairly conspicuous, so come over and say hello. Sometimes if I'm busy, I can't pause for too long, but always happy to see people who are friends of Runway DFW and hopefully subscribers. Coming in from Monterrey in Mexico, it's American Airlines Flight 1620, Airbus A321. So we've got I think at least 3 airlines that go to Monterrey from here. American, Volaris, I think, and also that other one that I can't remember the name of now. It's another Mexican airline. We saw it earlier. For some reason, I'm blanking out on that airline. But anyway, if you want to go to Monterey, I guess this is a good place to make a connection anyway. Karen Glenn says, Walton, we won the America's Cup race, yacht race. The big song came from A Land Down Under by Men at Work. I remember that song. I'm old enough to remember that song when it came out. And this flight just came in from the land up above. Oh no, I'm sorry. I hit the, yeah, it is. I hit the wrong button. And it just keeps Vancouver in Canada. So we have a land up above too. It's been too long since I've been to Canada. I think the last time was a road trip from Cleveland with Mrs. Runway DFW and her mom. We went to Niagara Falls from Cleveland, which is not too terribly long of a trip. Now, I had been there once as a child, as just a little child, to Niagara Falls. And we went on the Maid of the Mist boat from the Canadian side. So we crossed into Canada, and we, hung around and looked at all the stuff, and put on the big raincoats and went on the Maid of the Mist boat, and also I think, as I recall, we went in the caves that run behind the waterfall, Niagara Falls. And you're just kind of walking through caves, and all of a sudden there's an opening, and there's just wall of water in front of you. It's quite amazing. The power of nature. And you've probably seen pictures of Niagara Falls when it's just frozen over, which is pretty amazing as well. Kel's 1136 says, I saw the Melbourne to DFW route is supposed to start in December, a 17-hour flight. Yikes. I don't know if I'd want to do that. I mean, I'm sure the flight is long enough to the west coast here in the U.S. But wouldn't you want to just stop in Los Angeles, stretch your legs, maybe, you know, have a little stopover? Well, I guess not everybody has time for a stopover, but I don't know, it just seems really long for any flight. And I hate to be repetitive, but my longest flight was to South Korea to see my son back in 2016. That was non-stop, and that was, what, probably a 12 or 13-hour flight, I would think. But I had many advantage miles at my disposal, and there was some special deal, and I got to go in first class both ways, and so I really had no complaints about that. Zoom4 wants to know, is there a BTS video expected anytime soon? I'm assuming he's referring to behind the scenes and not some Korean pop group. Isn't that a Korean, is it BTS? I can't remember. But we did earlier in this transmission do a kind of a behind the scenes look around with camera 4, and so after this is over you can go back, scan through it and look at it. It's a little rough, but it was fun. And if you're just joining us, we're operating out of the back of a pickup truck today. It's actually Mrs. Runway DFW's pickup truck, which yesterday we used to trailer one of our horses to the vet for a checkup and take a look at one of his hind legs. So I know that Big Jet TV often will transmit from a horse paddock adjacent to Heathrow Airport, but your fly guy here actually was shoveling some horse, you know, just last night. And in fact, before I got into this truck today, I delivered each of our horses a flake of hay to tide them over until their mom gets home a few hours later. Here comes a Delta jet over the bridge. Got a 777 parked there in the betwixt runways here on the west side. Its nose pointed towards the American Airlines hangar facility on this side for some R&R. And then behind it, there you see the big boy, the British Airways A380, which has disgorged its passengers and from London, and now you see the lift up there on the right towards the tail, which I guess is providing it with provisions for its journey back to London later this evening. Probably after dark. I haven't looked to see when we will expect to see that go out. You saw the tail end of a United jet, which is going to take it, or take its passengers to Denver. And there it goes, and right behind it's going to be an American Airlines flight 2233. Destination, Mexico City. The 737-800. It's 11 years old. It is turning and burning. In the late afternoon sun here at DFW Airport. The shadows are longer. The heat is abating. In fact, this morning, I think the thermometer in the old F-150 was saying it was in the 40s, the temperature was. The 40s in North Texas. Well, it is October. What? You're about to see this 8-year-old American Airlines A319 rolling down runway 18 left. That's the one we're going to follow up into the sky as it heads south of the border. Such a nice light this time of day. You can see why photographers call this the golden hour. And you know, you can put a filter on your lens, but it's nothing like this. It's another, well, this is an Embraer 175 coming in from someplace. With American Eagle passengers aboard. And that was coming in from Monterrey in Mexico. A 3 hour and 6 minute trip aboard Embraer 175. Next arrival is coming in from Jacksonville in Florida. And of course we wish all of our viewers and people who have family and friends in Florida all the best after their experience this week.
DFW West Tower, medevac 783 Alpha Echo is with you on 2415, currently 1,100, getting down to 1,000. Medevac 783 Alpha Echo, you've got the street on course. Yes sir, I am on course, and I've got 3002 for the altimeter setting, 3 Alpha Echo. Air 2596 with study first.
Well, I just heard a medevac helicopter speaking. I don't know whether if they're talking about here or somewhere else. I guess we'll be on the lookout for a helicopter if that's in the cards. There is American Airlines Flight 2522 off to Bozeman, Montana, 737. Here comes a Embraer 175. From, I believe this is Midland, Texas. Nope, that's McAllen, Texas. Trying to turn the camera around to get you a little sunset shot from here at Founders Plaza. The sun kind of dips behind a tree there. And as we swing back around, that's looking west, of course. There's the UPS cargo facility. They're just to the south of us. You see one MD-11 there on the left, another one there on the right. And UPS pretty much idle between Friday and Monday or Tuesday even. I think the last time we were here on a Monday, last couple times we were here on a Monday, there was no activity from UPS, at least here. Obviously, it's a big company. They've got lots of places they go. Their primary hub here in the U.S. is in Louisville, Kentucky. That's American Eagle going out to Huntsville, Alabama. We have an Alaska Airlines 737 coming in from Seattle. almost a 3.5 hour journey. I guess that's probably about as long of a flight as you can make in the lower 48 states of the U.S. from Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. I think any place else you go in the continental U.S., as they call it, would be a shorter flight. Unless I'm not thinking of someplace. Maybe if you went to Portland, Maine, maybe it would be about the same distance. I'm not sure. Hey, what do we need? Some excitement in our life, right? That is our Queen theme. It's Singapore Airlines Cargo Flight 7979, which is trucking on down the taxiway, bound for Brussels. So this will be our fourth, technically our fourth activity of a 747 today. This is the second time we've seen this because we saw it land. So now the question is, since it's going to Brussels, it's going to an eastern destination, if it will, or a destination to the east of here, if it will take off here on the west side or head over to the east side. Can do either. Just depends on what the flight controllers tell them, and they told me this morning during our trip to the tower that sometimes it's just a matter of balancing out what's happening, you know, the activity on the east side and the west side. Sometimes they'll just let, if it's a slack period, and there's no arrivals, sometimes they'll just let this planes from over here take off on 18 right, which is normally the arrival runway, simply because it just involves less taxiing and they can just get right off and go. But at this hour of the day, it's more likely that they'd be assigned to a regular takeoff runway, which would be, on this side it would be 18 left, on the east side it would be 17 right. I believe last week when we were here, this flight did take off from this side, so we'll see what happens. Always happy when we can bring you a 747 or two, which again we don't see as many here as a lot of other airports do, which makes them all the more special to us at Runway DFW.
American 2522, contact center 12475. Have a good day. 2475, you too. American 2522.
I don't see any other planes here on the west side that are poised for takeoff, but it does appear as though this one's moving in a manner which is aligning it with the bridge, which will take it across over to the east side of DFW. Boo-hoo for us. So we'll do our best to put a marker on that one, and hopefully we'll get to see it lift into the sky, at least we'll see that much of it, I hope.
Shuttle 5749, Whiskey Kilo, cross, runway 18 left, ground 20.
There was no real traffic over on this side. It looks pretty crowded on the other side as far as departures go. At least there's 1, 2, 3, or 4 planes lining up over there, but what the heck. Looks like we've got a flight from San Jose, California. American Airlines flight 1080. 737-800. Touching down in the late afternoon sun. Deborah Klein, loving the Queen, 747, Queen of the Sky. Yeah, sorry we couldn't bring you the takeoff from right in front of us, but again, we'll try to keep our eye on it. And it's always nice to see it kind of going up above the buildings back there. Checking our subscriber count, we're up to 6,932. So we're less than 70 away from our magic number of 7,000. Thanks to all of you. The plane you just saw, with the tail of which is off to Vancouver in Canada. Not that one, that's coming in from Montego Bay. That plane you just saw crossing into the viewfinder. But here's the flight that's going out to Vancouver. Which I'm guessing will take just a little longer than the one to Seattle. Zooming into that because that is not our Singapore Airlines cargo plane. Thought it might be at a glance. Didn't look big enough, but you never know. So let's see where it is in the queue. Looks like it's going to be, there's going to be an Embraer 175 ahead of it. And after that it will be the turn of the Queen of the Sky is off to Brussels. So what's going to happen is we're going to look over there yonder, and as soon as we see the front end of said 747 emerge from the sky or from behind those buildings, we will try to pick it up with our long lens and bring it to you. So the plane that was ahead of it has taken off. Again, that was an Embraer 175. And it's off, I see it now. So We are going to be on the lookout for that Queen of the Skies, as that flight which intercepted our view there was American Flight 2207 coming in from Cancun. I don't have the East Tower frequencies dialed in today, just have the West Tower. So we may not hear the dispatch of, or the clearance to take off for the Singapore 747. In fact, we may be able to see the tail of it go by here as it takes off. So the tail will pop up behind all those other tails of American aircraft. So we're looking out now for the 747 tail. That plane is, there it goes, here it goes, here it comes. So now we'll just play the guessing game of how fast it's going and where we can expect to see it. I missed it. Not one of my better efforts there, folks. It's hard to tell. Sometimes those cargo planes, even the biggest ones, will get off the ground in a hurry. That's certainly the case with the MD-11s. They'll go straight up like a rocket. And, you know, the 747 not quite that same trajectory, but sometimes they do get off the ground more quickly than you would expect. So off to Brussels goes that Queen of the Skies. And we're still waiting to see if we will have an opportunity to see either of the Cargo Lux aircraft, 747s, that came in earlier go back out. It's American Eagle, operated by Mesa Airlines, coming in from Bloomington, Illinois, I believe it is. On a CRJ 900LR. Another American Eagle flight there. And I'm not even going to follow that one. Nothing against you, American Eagle flight, going to Cedar Rapids, Idaho, or Iowa. We will instead focus on this American Airlines flight 555 A 737-800 destined for El Paso, Texas. I have a feeling as soon as that sun goes down, I'm going to need my hoodie. It's very comfortable right now out here, though. All right, we've quieted down just a bit here. And as you can see, the sun is going down here at Founders Plaza. It's down to 76, very comfortable degrees. Zoomfar says AirCal is pushing back, and they're referring to the AirCal livery on an American Airlines jet, the AirCal Heritage livery. And Austin Swafford, who we saw earlier here in person, says, "Don't be too excited for Cargo Lux. He's going to the east side." Well, we'll see about that, Austin. And Patrick says, "I hope Singapore flies along Interstate 30 and south of downtown so I can see it from my house." Well, I hope you can. And Patrick says Cargo Lux 747 has fired up there on Flight Radar 24 over at the cargo area. I don't know, I tried when I was over at the control tower this morning for 3 hours. I was trying to get the answer to the questions about, you know, how planes go and, you know, where they direct it. In the main, well, I did get an answer. The main answer is they want to balance out the flight controls want to balance out what goes out, and so they, you know, they want it to be pretty even Steven between the east sides and the west sides to keep the load of keep the burden of what the controllers have to deal with equalized, because there's a west tower and an east tower. There's the east tower there, and the west tower is kind of a clone of that, and they both are operational at the same time, but they coordinate with one another, of course. And so that's how it works here at DFW. The only airport that they're aware of that has two towers, two active towers. American Flight 2023 coming in from San Francisco, an Airbus A321 on Runway DFW. It's just after 7 o'clock.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Hey there, hi there, ho there. It's Walt.
It's Saturday, October 1st, 2022, just after 7 o'clock local time in Dallas-Fort Worth. We're here with you for, I don't know, another hour or two. We're going into our 5th hour of activities here at Runway DFW for this first day of October, Halloween month. So welcome on in. We're glad to see you with us. And hang out with us for a bit more on Runway DFW, if you would. Austin Swafford says, Singapore Airlines cargo flying over my house. Cool. Gets a little bouncy here sometimes in the old pickup truck. I have investigated ways to kind of undergird the bed of the truck with some props to kind of keep it from bouncing around so much. There's one of those little tiny jets, which we occasionally see. There isn't a lot of general aviation traffic here at DFW Airport because I was told, and by the way, that was a Learjet 35A, don't know the destination. I was told during my control tower tour that there's not a lot of there is a general aviation facility here. There's not a lot of traffic because it's just kind of an expensive place to land a plane, especially a small plane, relative to other airports in this vicinity which are more focused on general aviation. This appears to be, if I can keep it in the shot, American Airlines Flight 364 on its way to Salt Lake City, a 737-800. So we are now almost truly into sunset. I almost fell out of the back of the truck, but I'm okay. I was tripping over myself to get you the final glimmer of sunlight as it peeks behind buildings and stuff. And as the sun goes down, it does glint off of a hotel to the east of us. The Westin, giving it an orange glow. I guess appropriate for this Halloween month. Meantime, more planes coming in, or going out, I should say. Looks like this first bird right there is American Flight 1227 off to John Wayne Airport in Santa Ana, California. Isaac V is our newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Thank you, Isaac V. We're up to 6,938 subscribers, marching towards that inevitable 7,000. And I thank all of you who have helped us reach that mark. Plane spotter Emily just tuned in from LA Flights. Thank you, Emily. Glad to have you here. Zoomfar says the Air Cal livery is taxiing. Well, I'll look out for it. And Patrick McGlone says Cargo Lux on the move and A350 back from takeoff, or backing off from takeoff. Well, it's Cargo Lux again. Hello, Cargo Lux. This one's going back to home base in Luxembourg. It's a 14-year-old Queen of the Skies. Always happy to see it. Now, of course, the prognostications here in the chat room are that they are going to, the air traffic controllers will dispatch this over to the east side for takeoff to Luxembourg, which of course is to the east of here. I'm going to have to get some battery power over to my music machine over here. Where are my batteries? So was it last week we saw the Cargo Lux that had the white nose, that the nose was not the same color as the body of the fuselage? It's got a cool logo. No, boxes, it's cargo. Patrick McGlone says hopefully this 747 takes the Interstate 30 route and by downtown Dallas again so I can see it from my house. Well, I hope you get that very thing. I was hoping we could see the 747 in the shot with the Runway DFW satellite truck, but Becky Davies says, happy Sunday to people who live in the UK. Happy Sunday, Runway DFW. Thank you. You're speaking to us from the future, of course. But, yeah. As I've said many times, my son lives in Seoul, South Korea, and he's really in the future. It's probably almost already Monday there. So it seems I don't know, the cargo lux is kind of slowing down, but I think it has to stop before runway 17 left traffic. Because coming at him right now is a American Airlines flight 1241 coming in from, or headed out to Seattle. You see it there. And in a minute you'll see it go behind the cargo lux plane. And again, this plane is headed to Brussels in Belgium, the capital of the European Union, if I am not mistaken. Or at least where the assembly, European Union assembly is. And Patrick's saying, darn it, the A350 went to the east side. How can they do that to us? I was just up there earlier. Okay, we're on the move once again. I hear something and I don't see it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, well, it appears to be our second go-around of the day. I couldn't pinpoint the source of that sound. Still got its landing gear down. So it had intended to land. So again, that's our second go-round over here today. See if I can pick that plane out of the radar. And that looks like American Flight 2635 that had been coming in from Ontario in California after a 2-hour and 27-minute flight. So it takes a circuitous route. Cargo Lux is trucking on over the bridge to the east side of DFW Airport. Darn it. So again, we'll try to do a little better job this time of finding it in the sky for you. So that Ontario flight was that went around just now was an Airbus A321. And I didn't hear any radio traffic, which would indicate what the issue might have been that prompted the go-around, but It'll circle back around. Maybe we'll see it in a few more minutes. So I have a tracker on the 747. Looks like there's 3 planes over on the east side in the lineup that look like they might be going in front of it. That looks to be an A319 of American Airlines livery. I'm kind of tap dancing because I don't know. I can't pick it out of the radar. I can't see which plane it is. I haven't yet looked to see when our big A380 is going to be lifting off. It's definitely going to be dark by then, that's for sure. This A321 just touched down from Portland, Oregon. American flight 2496. And I didn't mean to hit that so soon. I just want to show that darkness is settling in over here at the Founders Plaza facility. There's lots of people here to enjoy the evening. I don't think there's any available parking spaces here in the horseshoe. Our Cargo Lux 747's got about 3 or 4 planes ahead of it over on the east side before it gets its turn to lift off. Looks like this American Eagle Embraer 175 is next in line over on our side of things. I'm gonna say this is flight 3831 off to San Luis Obispo in California. Michelle RS, our good Runway DFW pal, says, what a pretty night. It is. I mean, you know, Whatever heat there was during the day has evaporated. We're down to 75 degrees. I have to tell you, 75 sounds very cold to me. Beverly Holler or Harder just subscribed. Thank you, Beverly. Sorry, I was trying to read that out of the corner of my eye. I was following this aircraft, so we thank you for being our newest subscriber. You can tell your friends, hey, I was the newest subscriber to Runway DFW. What do you think of that? And your friend would say, what? Really? How can I do that? And you can say, well, just go to youtube.com/runwaydfw and hit the subscribe button. It's like joining a parade. You want to be in that parade. You don't want to be left out. Another little itty-bitty plane taking off there. See if we can pick up on that. They're always interesting to see go up. Interesting livery. Wow. I've seen helicopters use more runway than that. Going to Corpus Christi. There's a Pilatus plane of some sort. Pilatus. And once again, it's kind of a madhouse here at, well, not a madhouse, it's a fun house. I don't know if that's any better of a saying, madhouse or fun house, but I'm going to show you what we're up against in terms of actually picking out the planes from the flight radar at the second busiest airport in the world. And there you see there's kind of a center line there. It's a little off center, but on the left side of the screen is where we are on the west side of the airport. Simon Pendlebury now has the pole position in subscriptions to Runway DFW. Is the newest subscriber. Thank you so much. But anyway, there's a bunch of planes lined up to take off. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see them. We do see, however, that the third 747 is the Singapore Airline, not the Singapore Airline, but the second Cargo Lux 747 is now on the move. And it looks like the Cargo Lux we saw taxiing earlier is now getting ready. It's poised for takeoff. So let's see if we can follow it a little more successfully this time. What we hope to do is to see its tail across our screen back there. And it is moving now, so let's see if we can see the tail. There it goes. There's the Cargo Lux tail. Now I'm going to have to widen out a bit because I want to make sure we don't miss this one lifting off from behind the buildings. I missed it again. I mean, it didn't fully miss it, but
415, see it, American 27. Well, American 1986. HA 1550,000, American HA 60,000. Envoy 3831, maintain 17,000.
as you can see, our cameras kind of losing focus there as it goes off to Luxembourg. Have a safe trip. So now it's getting to the point where I can see things better with the camera than I can with my eyeballs. This is, I believe, taking off here is American Flight 1312, an Airbus A319 off to Silao in Mexico. Is that right? I saw another subscription, and I apologize because it disappeared from my view screen before I got a chance to see the name, but thank you for subscribing to Runway DFW. Once again, a subscription is free. We don't charge for that, or YouTube doesn't charge for that. It's more or less a way that you can share your appreciation of a channel. If you're an aviation enthusiast, you like to watch planes taking off and landing, you have some connection to Dallas-Fort Worth, Runway DFW is for you. We've got a very nice community of folks who converse in our chat room, and we have a super bunch of moderators. They are members of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation, and there they are. Our thanks go to all of them for popping in here when they can spare some time and help us out, help me out, help you out, answer your questions, have some fun. So thanks to all of you guys. What we got coming in here? An Airbus A321 from Seattle. See it going across your screen. It's American Airlines Flight 2789, an Airbus A321. And there are the, see those flashing lights on the towers back there? That's Cedar Hill. And I was wrong when I guesstimated how far away it was. I was guesstimating about 15 miles. It's 23 miles from here. Those towers glowing in the background. Hey, Andy Almy, good evening from Austria. So happy to have you with us from Central Europe. Patrick McGlone says another Cargo Lux is pushing back from the cargo terminal. Gregory Bloom checking in from the Big Apple. Hello there, Gregory. Nice to have you with us on Runway DFW as we move into the evening hours. It's American Eagle flight coming in from Santa Fe, New Mexico, which I hear is a very nice place. Never been there. Did I drive through there on the way from... I moved from Salt Lake City, Utah to Dallas, and I drove here from there, and I can't remember. You'd think I would remember if I had been in Santa Fe before, but I just can't. I cannot remember. If I did, I don't think I stopped, which is probably a shame because, again, I'm sure it was a nice place to hang out. Right, another incoming flight from this one from Sacramento, California. It's an Airbus A321, American Airlines. Asfan's vlog saying, when are you going to Los Angeles? Well, you know, Los Angeles seems pretty well covered as far as plane spotters go. I don't want to say that I would never go there, but you know, our friend Kevin, between him and the brothers, they all do a very super job of covering LAX and from a lot of different angles. From Salt Lake City comes American Airlines Flight 2834. It's a 737-800. Yes, it's getting dark. Oh, thank you.
Mr. Wald.
Yes.
Yeah, we looked up the Runway DFW. Awesome.
Oh, it's very nice. Thank you. Well, there's the star of the evening, as always. The big. Oh, just knocked my tripod there. That's the big Airbus A380, the only one we see here on a daily basis. The British Airways Speedbird. And let's check on. Checking real quick on its departure time. It was supposed to leave at 7:30. It's now slated for 7:56. Just before 8 o'clock, so it's supposed to be leaving in this half hour. I don't see any signs that it's pushing back yet, so I'm going to say it may not make it to the, may not be off before 8 p.m., but we'll see. Stuart Tingley says, Dag nabbit, Walt, I've tried repeatedly this evening to send you a small tip, but I can't get it to work. Thanks so much for the stream and your unique sense of humor. Best from Moncton in New Brunswick. And thank you very much. The thought is what counts, and I really appreciate that. Another plane coming in. I'm not looking at my flight radar at the moment, so I can't tell you what that is. You'll probably see it go through this image here. Afsan's vlog says, hey, you pronounced my name wrong. It's Afsan. I apologize for that. Afsan. I hope I said it right that time. I'm sensitive about that because my last name is Zwerko, and people look at that and they try to overpronounce it. You know, they try to say Zawirko or Zverko, or it's just Zwerko. Well, we have our final queen, what I'm guessing is our final queen of the night, now on the move. And it has no tail lights, it has no lights, it's just kind of a shadow. This one's going to Chicago. Will they let it take off in front of us? Will they let that? Will they allow that to happen? I'm hoping so. Oh yeah, it's making a turn to the north. So I think, well, we'll see. It's pretty dark, yeah. Debating whether I should turn on the green tinge, which brightens things up a little bit. Yeah, I think we are going to see this one take off. Okay. So I think while it goes in front of camera 2, let me see if I can switch on our night vision. So we're on our infrared mode now with our primary camera. So that accounts for the change in scenery there. As I said, we can see it a little bit better. We lose the color, but so we could see 1 out of 3. Well, we got to see 3 747s land over here earlier on this broadcast, but we only got to see 1 of the 3 take off from here on the west side. But Cargo Lux, turn on your tail light. Camera 3 is doing here. It's holding up pretty well in low light conditions. Camera 2 is starting to get a little blurry. You see there on the right side of the screen is that green, that tower outlined in emerald green is the Bank of America Tower, the tallest building in Dallas. There's a Frontier jet passing in front of us, and there is the Cargo Lux bound for Chicago O'Hare. And what was on the tail of that Frontier plane? That was, we saw that earlier. It was Wellington, the black-footed ferret. So we're going to try to hang out until the A380 begins its return journey to London town. I know it gets a little frustrating around this time as far as the lighting goes. I do not have the same kind of technology that our friend Kevin from Airline Videos Live has as far as his Nighthawk camera gear. We may try for that somewhere down the line, especially because it gets, as the days get shorter, we have less opportunity to bring you content. So let's try to get focused in again to see this big Queen of the Skies take off. working out very well, is it? Well, I wouldn't exactly call that high definition, folks, but there you saw it. Oh, well, look at that. They lit up their tail for us there. There's the ferret. Dennis says, I'm so impressed how nice you control the cameras and computer yourself. Nice job, Walt. Well, you know, I have to be honest about that. I mean, I don't want to be someone who's giving you a story or, you know, making things up or trying to make myself be seem like more than I am, but of course we do have a full satellite truck filled with audio engineers and other folks. And oh, there's Stuart Tingley. Thank you for your, I think my small tip will go through this time. Really enjoy your stream, Walt. Thank you, Stuart. That is so nice. I really appreciate that. So anyway, I was just saying how, you know, it does seem just like me, but really we've got all these people in the satellite truck: audio engineers, director, producer, manager, engineers, satellite technicians. So they're all there taking care of us and making sure that everything goes out nice and clean. So I thank all of you guys and gals in the satellite truck here at the airport. We've got a lot of packing up to do shortly. Of course, I'm just going to be sitting back and relaxing. So anyway, I was saying thank you to Stuart for your perseverance in figuring out how to make a donation. I didn't know it was that difficult to do, and I apologize for that, but I thank you for putting in the extra effort. Chuck Tolsma says, I've never been to the airport at night for spotting. Looking forward to that. And it's not night in Australia. It's 11:46 a.m. in Eastern Australia now. Daylight savings started last night here. So I have to double check. I always double check my UTC to make sure that what I'm putting out is accurate, because, you know, that's the only universal way I can let people know when things start. Offsan's vlog says, when we are here, can we say hello while you are live streaming? Of course, we're very laid back here. Now, it may, you know, if you come up and I'm in the middle of following a flight or something, you might have to hang loose for a bit until I've got a moment or two, but I'm always happy to say hello, and you probably hear me say hello to people who are off mic while we're broadcasting, because, you know, this is not professional television. This is just a fun little thing. So I'm going to consume a bit more of water here.
Right now, what's your Runway DFW.
drank some water. Excuse me. Went down kind of the wrong way, and I had a coughing fit, and somebody's coming up and asking, "Where's your channel?" Or where's you're broadcasting right now? And so I had to hold up my sign, which explained that we were Runway DFW on YouTube. The sign is one of the best things I've made recently, because people come over and they see it and they figure out, hey, there's a channel. What's going on over there? So I guess you do have a little more prominence or visibility, I guess you could say, when you're up in the back of a pickup truck. And I think somebody was asking what the status of our Speedbird is, and let us check in on that right now. So let me see if I can detect any movement. Deborah Klein says, "Good job, Walt." Thank you, Deborah. That's so nice of you. Michelle RS says, "Is Founders Plaza open all night?" You know, I was looking at some archival like some stuff that was about a Founders Plaza that is no longer published, I guess. I just found it by searching. And I remember this. It was open like from dawn to dusk, or from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. initially. And it is now open 24 hours a day, best I can tell. I mean, the sign just says open. Now, there are gates that they can close if they don't want people to come in. But I think as far as that goes, it's everything is cool. So come anytime. You know, a lot of people, I see people parking here who look like they are drivers for, you know, limos. What we got here? Hold on a second. Oh, this is Iberia. So let me pause. I'll stop down for that. It's an A330 coming in from Madrid. And I'm afraid we can't see too much of it there. But that was Iberia Flight 6146 coming in from Madrid. And we don't have the infrared option on the camera 2 there, so that's still in full color. Let's go back to our Speedbird watch. And it looks like the Qantas bird is on the move, but I don't think that takes off until very late tonight. It may just be moving out of storage into the gate area. But so that's Qantas, but where is the Speedbird? Is it still there? There's the United 777, which is apparently the team plane of the Washington Commanders. Is that right? Oh, here's Speedbird. I don't think it's moving yet. Speedbird, of course, the nickname for British Airways aircraft. LA Girl saying good night. Thank you for hanging out with us here on Runway DFW. We'll make one more check of our subscribers. Oh, we've just now passed the 6,950 mark, so we're just 50 away from our next big goal of 7,000 subscribers. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, Patrick says A380 not even on flight radar 24 right now, which means it hasn't turned on its transponder, which means it's not ready to move. And last I saw, it was supposed to leave at 7:56, so it's got 1 minute to take off. And that's what it's still saying. It's delayed. It came in late. It came in about 40 minutes past its 5 o'clock arrival time, which is not unusual for that flight, in my experience. Afsan's vlog says, when are you going to end the live stream? Well, usually I try to end it with the big finale of the A380 taking off. That's what I usually do. If it's going to be much later, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I think everything is holding up as far as our equipment goes, except for our iPad, which has run out of power, and I didn't have a chance to find the cable to plug it in somewhere. So we won't have the usual assortment of music to end our broadcast unless I can find. Let's see, where do I have that cable? I know I have the cable that can power it up. Let me think. Think, Walt, think. I'm in the back of a pickup truck with all of my equipment boxes and cases and things. Let's see, does that do it? Oh, that will do it. Okay, well, let's see. That's the sound of me. That's what they call Foley in the movie business. That's me closing up my battery box. That's me dropping it on the floor of the bed of the pickup truck. MR Rice says, good evening, Walt. Camera looks sharp and clean. Well, that is our camera 3. That's like a $50 like a GoPro clone. This is our next step up in quality, and as this loses light, especially at a zoom, that's a Panasonic kind of consumer camera. Pardon me?
Is it live on YouTube?
Yes.
And what time the next flight is coming?
On
this direction.
I'll have to take a look. Hang on a second. It should be pretty soon. Probably about 3 minutes. A flight from Mexico City is coming in. You're welcome. Ooh, that's kind of, why is it making a hum? Well, that's not good. Hold on a second there. I plug something in with a battery. It should make a hum. Well, let's see if it'll charge it up anyway. For our big finale. Sorry, behind the scenes stuff going on here. Trying to get it all worked out in the satellite truck. Speedbird, did our camera get dislodged a little bit? That's a little better. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Douglas wants to know, when is the A380 departing? Good question. I'm looking up the schedule right now, and it's supposed to have left 3 minutes ago, and it's not even moving yet, so well, guess we'll just keep going here for a little bit. What do you say? Hang out with us on Runway DFW.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. This is Runway DFW, in color.
Okay, well, we're back with another, I don't know, probably not an hour, but some more show. So hang out with us if you can. Once again, we are here with you on this October 1st, 2022, live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. What you see there is the DFW Founders Plaza from which we broadcast. And today, we are coming to you exclusively from the Runway DFW F-150, rising high above Founders Plaza, providing a spectacular view of whatever's going on in front of us. So our accommodations are provided by F-150. Actually, that's Mrs. Runway DFW's F-150. Patrick says an absolutely beautiful night in DFW tonight. Finally, yeah, it's really quite almost cold. It's 73 degrees on our unofficial thermometer here. Douglas Mack says flight stats says it's delayed 26 minutes. Does that mean 26 minutes from now or 26 minutes from its original departure time of 7:30? Because that's what it said when I Googled it. It was exactly 26 minutes. And it still says that, so I guess they don't have any updated times yet. At least not from my sources. Kells 1136 says, yeah, I think we need a name for the Runway DFW F-150. Yeah, I was thinking about that, and suggestions welcome. I guess something a little snappier than F-150. So, yeah, we're still exactly 50 subscribers away from the 7,000 mark, and so I would think we will, we have a chance to achieve that on our next broadcast, which probably is going to be Tuesday or Wednesday. I haven't looked at the weather yet, so I don't know. So I hope you can hit the little bell icon that tells you that we will, or that informs you of our next broadcast, so to let us, so we can let you know, and you can be aware. Now, we've got a Qatar cargo plane, which is somewhere out there on the west side here. It's kind of hard to see. Hard to see anything, really. Can't see my hand in front of my face. But I know I did see it. Where'd it go? There it is. It's on the move. Okay, let's see here if you can see it. There's Qatar cargo. Where is it going? Hello. We have somebody who's hold up your phone. There it is. He's watching us. He can watch this in real life, but he's watching us on his phone. So another satisfied customer of Runway DFW, I hope. Hope he doesn't hit the delete button. So it looks like Qatar Cargo will be departing from this side of the airport. It is going to, which I haven't told you yet, because I didn't know. And I still don't know. It's going to Nagoya, Japan. Okay. Yeah, I remember that. We saw this last time we were here. So once again, this view is coming from our camera, which has a infrared option. So it gives a little better definition in the darkness, but I still hope that we can invest here at Runway DFW in a proper nighttime camera, which has some incredible ISO speed, which makes things look like they're in the daytime in the dark. So I hope you're thinking of those F-150 names. For those of you who are from out of the country, F-150 is the model name of, I believe it's still the most popular pickup truck in the US. It's made by Ford, and it's fairly legendary. They're always improving on it. And the one we're currently in, it's not quite old enough for me to have a jingle for it, but it is from the aughts. I think it's a 2006 or 2007 with more than 100,000 miles on it. And, you know, really all it's done over most of its life, I think Mrs. Runway DFW got it used, or as they say, pre-owned, I guess. Used is not really the term that is appropriate anymore. So I can't remember how many miles it had when she purchased it, but it's got more than 100,000 now, and all we really do with it is drive it to the feed store once a week and occasionally use it to pull a trailer with one of our horses. Deborah Klein is saying the estimated departure for the A380 is now 8:21, which would put it about 15 minutes away, something like that. A little less than 15 minutes. Well, Chuck's got us beat on the mileage. He says his GMC's got 280,000 miles. There you go, Chuck. Yeah, pickup trucks, if you take care of them, they can last a long time. Kells wants to know, do you have a particular camera in mind for nighttime spotting? I've heard good things about the Sony has so many cameras. In fact, they just introduced a new one this week, which is got an APS-C sensor, but I kind of want a full-frame sensor. These are technical terms that I'm throwing about here. Full-frame sensor, which would has more light gathering capability, which is best for nighttime. So the Sony model I'm thinking of, as I recall, it runs about $2,000, and that's before you get a lens for it. So it's not inexpensive. I don't have anything close to that quality of camera right now. And Majorly Annoyed says, I'm sensing a Silverado versus F-150 debate brewing. Well, you know, I don't have any. I'm not one of those I'm Ford, I'm Chevy kind of guys. In fact, my personal car, the one I usually drive down here, is a Chevrolet Bolt. It's an electric car, which I've been very happy with. And I had a Chevrolet Volt with a V before that, which was a hybrid electric, which could get about 40 to 45 miles on a charge without using any gasoline. So I was very happy with that car, and I got a pretty good deal on my Bolt and a good deal on my trade-in. So very happy. Every time I leave the house, the car is fully charged because it just charges up in the garage. Dennis Funes says, I was there at your side and was nice. It was nice and fun to see your work. Thank you, Dennis. I'm kind of chilling out right now, as you might be able to tell. And Kells 1136 says, we need stickers for plane spotting kids of all ages. I did have some stickers. They were home printed, and I ran out of them, and I know I need to get some that are probably professionally printed, and I just haven't had time to do that. In fact, I'm thinking of redesigning my logo just a tad, because really it's clip art, essentially. And so I want to replace that kind of generic control tower with an image or with an outline of what looks like one of our control towers here. I know we've got 3, but I don't have room on my logo to make 3, and I don't want it to look that different. I just want it to have the outline of our control tower there. So once I get that done, I might be able to generate some, you know, you can have merchandise like t-shirts and stuff printed up on demand. So we'll see how that goes. You know, that's kind of down the line a little bit. This is still a little tiny, teeny, but growing YouTube channel. So, but thanks to you guys, we're growing. Let's check in on the Flight Radar 24 once again. And I don't see any activity up in our area here. And again, we're on the upper left-hand side. I wish I had a pointer I could point to. But looks like they've got at least one plane taking off there over on the east side. Off to Houston Intercontinental Airport. But things are a little quiet here now. Back to A380 watch. I don't think it's going anywhere. Anthony says, hello, how are we going? Well, there's not much activity right now. I would like to be able to show you the A380 pushing back and taxiing and taking off on its return trip to London. That's kind of usually our send-off. But I don't know. What do you think? We're having some fun, but we did have somebody was suggesting that we have a naming, I don't know if I call it a contest, but at least some suggestions for naming our F-150 pickup truck base here. And I'm sure there's something very clever out there we could do with that. I just don't know what it is. So any suggestions are welcome. Douglas Serrano says, is this your night vision? Well, you know, I don't really want to call it night vision. Really, it's infrared. So it gives kind of a green tinge to things. You can see a little bit more. You know, it lets in a little more light to the camera, but you know, as far as night vision goes, I'm not going to brand this. It's just another mode the camera has. The camera does actually have a color night vision, or a color mode for night. And I've shown it once before. I'll switch it on now so you can see how bad it is. Well, it's actually not terrible. Let me see if I can. Okay. So now you get to see what my camera calls night mode color. And there it is. And it does brighten things up considerably, but it does that by reducing the frame rate to about, I don't know, 5 frames a second. So for a still picture, not too bad. But if you're going to have a picture of a plane, you can see the airport vehicles moving, and they're just kind of dum 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 dum. And there's a train in the background. Boom, 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 boom. So it's a very low frame rate. So it gets you a picture, and it's a color picture. It's not too bad, but you know you can't do that for any action. Let me give you another sample of that here at Founders Plaza. And, you know, it does brighten things up considerably, and it's not too bad. And I think even when there's more ambient light, as there is here, it does speed up the frame rate a bit. But I think if I were to pan, it's not doing too bad. But again, you can't use this for planes taking off and landing. It would look as though I had a really awful internet connection. Let's see if we have any other examples I can give you here. Here's a kind of a nice view. I'll show you that in a minute as soon as the camera settles in. There's kind of the A-B comparison between our $225 camera and our $700 camera, but again, this is this kind of false lighting, which, you know, in order to get that much light into the camera sensor, it's got to keep the shutter open longer and take fewer images per second. So that's a pretty shot, though. And right now, we are just kind of tap dancing here, waiting for the big A380 to make its move. Will it make its move? We don't know. I guess we'll keep it on this color night mode until something happens down there. It doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon. Patrick McGlone says the Turkish 787 is fired up on Flight Radar 24, and I would guess that it's going to go over to the east side for takeoff to Istanbul. Kevin Muttershaw asks, Walt, Runway DFW, is it this week that Kevin comes over to see you? He could use his Nighthawk one night. He'll be here the next week. I think he starts on the 11th, which is a Tuesday, and he'll be here for 3 days. At least his plan is to stream for 3 days, starting with the first day he gets here, which is, I don't know when he's going to fire things up. He's getting in at about noon, I think, and he's got to go get some supplies. And so my tentative plan is to come out here that morning and just kind of take up the space that he will need for his pickup truck. And I don't know if our pals over at Airline Videos Live think it's okay, I might stream his plane coming in and just kind of do a little mini Runway DFW before Kevin steps in and shows us all how it's done. And I mean that. I mean, I'm looking forward very much to seeing how he operates in person. I'm a big fan of his behind-the-scenes streams, just to kind of see how he operates. And he obviously operates a lot differently than I do, and that's fine. But yeah, So that's when Kevin will be here. For those of you who haven't heard, Kevin of Airline Videos Live is coming to DFW Airport for the first time ever in his, he's no spring chicken. I mean, he's not as old as I am, but I would think that everybody's been to DFW at least once just to change planes, but he says he's never been. So it'll be interesting to see what his impressions are. And San asks, are you streaming from afternoon to evening every Saturday? It's pretty much, the weather is going to play a factor, I guess, as we go into the winter months. I'll probably be a little more selective as to when I can stream. The daylight is a factor because we're losing light at both ends of the day. So, for instance, this morning, in the summertime, I was streaming from like 6 a.m. till 8 a.m. or till 9 a.m. But now I'm down to 7 a.m. till 9 a.m. because we don't have enough light in the early morning. So, but I usually try to stream at least once on a weekday. I've been doing twice recently, and then once on a weekend day, and that's usually on Saturday. Well, I don't know, Runway DFW fans, what do you think? Do you think, we'll take a little poll here, do you think I should close up shop? Because I don't think this plane is going anywhere fast, and there's really not a lot to see here. So, I think I will take the executive decision to close things down for the night here at Runway DFW, because just not a lot to see right now. Nothing else is happening. I'm just kind of yakking away, and so, yeah. Oh, Mike Lever says, are going to stream with Kevin. I guess he means, am I going to stream with Kevin? That's up to Kevin. I don't know. He's not asked me to stream with him. I'm happy to, help out in any peripheral way he needs, because, he's going to bring a lot of interest to DFW Airport. Obviously, again, if you're going on 500,000 subscribers, you reach a lot of people, and many of them, watch him but don't watch other streamers, or they just, and it'll be interesting to see Kevin's take on it, and of course his finesse in using the camera. I'm always trying to watch him, how he does things, so I can get better at my camera work. Like him, I was a professional video camera news guy back in the day, and I'll have you know that I was the Indiana News Film Photographer of the Year in 1975, but I haven't been doing it for as many years as he has, and I've been doing other things in TV news, in the long term, so I don't have the skills that Kevin has, and so it'll be so great to see his photography skills brought to this platform. So, okay. Well, Majorly Annoyed says that's a fair decision, Runway DFW. Always appreciate your streams. Thank you. Patrick predicts there's going to be a madhouse with Kevin there. It's going to be awesome to come and see you guys, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be, he's got a lot of fans, and there are only so many parking spaces here, so we look forward to that. Cathay 777 Yin says, Speedbird A380 going to London? Yeah, it is, but it doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime fast. So I think we're going to, again, close things up for the afternoon, for the evening. I wish to, is our music working? 14%? That should get us through the end of the show, don't you think? Well, we're going to give it a try on Runway DFW. Oh wait, do we still have the hum? Yes, I'm going to have to unplug. Okay. It's so professional, ladies and gentlemen. Alrighty then. After almost 5.5 hours, you've been watching Runway DFW live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, the second busiest airport in the whole wide world. My name is Walt. It's been my pleasure to bring you this stream live from the F-150 truck bed, and we'll be back later this week. Subscribe and like, if you would please, trademark, and also hit the little button to the bell to get notified of our future streams. We'll see you again soon. Hey, happy contrails to you. Until we meet again. Bye, everybody.
Stay tuned for The Price is Right, which follows at most of the CBS stations.
We hope you liked it. Too late to change it now.
Right turn direct through and I missed